Hey, what's poppin'?
What's poppin'?
We in the building, man.
Am I
Yeah,
clear?
yeah, you clear. You
In
clear.
there, it's good.
And some shit get faulty, I'll let you know if it get faulty. But we in there right now. We solid.
Definitely. Well, without further ado, welcome to another episode of the Free Your Mind podcast, where you come free your mind and help others free theirs. I'm your co-host, and I go by the name of Woon, and I'm all about balance like the sun and the moon. What's poppin'?
I am the other co-host by the name of Selfmade, man. You gotta tap in with self to know thyself always. What's good with it? Free
Oh
your
man,
mind, fam.
yeah, I see they in here early. I can't hold on. Wait, where's I don't even know if I don't even want to touch my fucking phone right now. I'm gonna just say just like that.
Right. With grace. You gotta
Oh, okay,
move.
yeah, nah, you got it. You know, okay, yeah, we up.
Peace to the chat, man. What's popping with the chat? Everybody that's in here early, hit that like and subscribe button for the for the
That
cause,
algorithm,
for the algorithm.
definitely.
Hey, how you get your mic to work, bro? Do you remember how to get the mic working? Ain't it them three dots at the top?
Yeah, you got to hit those three dots at the top, and then it should ask you, what kind of what program is he on or computer?
He on his phone.
Oh shit. Um, now when I just now did it, it wasn't really tripping off the mic like that. Not when I backdoored it. Well, basically when we was on the phone, yeah, it was tripping, but now that motherfucker wasn't. You know what I mean? When you got off the phone, it stopped tripping.
Right.
But usually on the computer, if it's bugging with that, it would be the three dots, and then it'll say something like you know, grant access or whatever it is, you know, for whatever for this specific app and shit.
If you got a
But
laptop, that should be phones. Phones, bro.
retarded. But I'm a let me give out the precursor right now. As y'all can see, I'm not at my house right now. I'm actually in my truck and shit right now. So, you know, just bear with me. So sometimes I may have to pause. Sometimes my internet might go bad, like all the shit. So I'm gonna try to be as clear as possible.
Right. We may have to stop you like, hey, bro, hey, your shit choppy right now. Wait for your service
Right.
to come back.
And I gotta hella zoom in just to read the fucking comments and shit.
Let me see. He said he
I
got
hear
a
you
whole.
both on YouTube. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Shout out to you in the building. Arthea? Is that I can't see. I think the name's all cut off. Let me see.
I gotta get up hella close to the fucking camera and shit.
Arthea. Shout out to Arthea in the building. I think that's how
Yeah,
you say it.
Thea Robertson. Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a new subscriber, so salute to you. Appreciate the love.
Yeah, definitely. We trying to get him in the building. Couple of special guests.
Yeah.
Um Chanowk, Yisrael will be in the building tonight.
Yeah, definitely. Shout out to Chanowk, man, for pulling up to the podcast for sure.
Yeah. See, you kind of got you staticky, but niggas can hear you though. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like you Lovejoy type staticky. You know what I'm saying? Where your shit be cutting out. Niggas
Oh,
can
is it
still hear
staticky
you.
right now?
Just a tad bit, tad
Just a
bit.
little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I'm gonna just.
everything else is straight though. Like you know what I'm saying?
That's cool. I'm gonna just speak with clarity.
Right.
Speak with diction. Hey, but while we wait, you want to run that video real quick?
Yeah. You want to give him a little precursor or something?
Yeah, just again, I know the last show I was telling you guys that the book was either, I don't know if it was out or if I was about to drop it, but basically my children's book that I authored and shit, called Go Out and Play, is out. I think it's for sure out on Amazon. So Amazon.com, you can get it for sure. Hard copies, paperback copies, and Kindles. And it's also on Barnes and Noble's website too. But other than that, you could just DM me directly, or hit the YouTube inbox, whatever, Facebook inbox or whatever, and then I'll send you a signed copy. But this is the video that the publishing company put together, so we go ahead and give it to you so y'all can see what it looked like.
I am a new author and this is my first amazing children's book. Buy it online or DM me for a signed copy via Cash App.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So if y'all got some little chillings running around the house, please feel free to snatch that thing. I would say the age group is probably from anywhere from, let's say, 2 to 7, 2 to 6. Somewhere around there is the age group for that.
Okay. Yeah, that's solid. That's that perfect. You feel me? Like age range too, for real. Where a lot of the,
definitely.
just absorbing, you know what I'm saying, different things, knowledge, and all the different shit that they see.
Exactly. That's a fact.
Yeah, the audio kind of staticky. I was telling him that.
Oh, is that somebody saying that?
Yeah. In the chat. It be going in and out, bro. It was cool. Just second, like you started cool. and then all of a sudden this shit just, you feel me?
Yeah, that's the area that I'm in. So I apologize in advance, y'all, for that.
Yeah,
If y'all can hear me clearly.
He on the roll right now. We ain't even at the house, but this was literally the last show of the year. So we like, bro, we can't skip it. Fuck it. We gonna have to make it work. We're gonna have to do what we gotta do. You know what I'm saying? To get this show going. So
definitely. But
as long
again,
as you can hear what he's saying though. Yeah, it's a little staticky, but you know what I'm saying? We can still hear what you're saying.
I was gonna say I'll write flashcards out this motherfucker.
The nigga finna be flipping and shit.
But yeah, man. So we definitely gonna have a good show. As long as we could get the guest on today. Dealing with the farm life, right? For the future potential farmers that's out there that want to have any information about, starting your own farm. Definitely gonna be talking about that tonight. And then with my partner Tyrone, we're definitely gonna be talking about some energy.
I don't know if brother gonna be able to get on. He keeps saying his shit bugged out. He using the old Galaxy phone.
Oh yeah. Shit.
So let me see.
Something told me to tell him, because when I talked to Chanowk, I was asking him, is he gonna come on via laptop or computer? No, he just now texting me right now. But he said Chanowk said he got a computer, so it might be
it's
a
gonna
little
be
bit
good.
more user friendly. Yeah,
it should be good on there.
Yeah,
laptop, anything. Let me see. But yeah, no, that's like we haven't touched on nothing when it comes to farming, and you know what I'm saying. Just everything, I guess, that it takes to have your own farm or an urban farm, urban garden, creating garden beds, just the whole process around, you know what I'm saying, growing your own food.
Right.
So that's dope. I look forward to that.
Okay, Chanowk said he's signing in right now.
Okay. All right, cool.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just yeah, nah. So Tyrone said that his shit froze. So I really, you
Yeah, he
know,
ain't got no laptop, no tablet, so unless he can
yeah.
get on somehow with the phone, figure out how that shit, we be on for a minute.
Yeah, we
So
gonna
if
be
you can,
on. So yeah, if you get an opportunity to figure it out, um, I just feel bad because I'm not at the house and shit. So it's just like, you know what I mean? Like, it's
right.
horrible. But all in all, just like just that, like Self just now said, in terms of not leaving y'all hanging at the end of the year. Like, this is the last Thursday of the year, so we had to come bring it to y'all. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, facts.
Try to stay a little consistent.
Right.
But
So man, how y'all feel about this new year? I personally like this new year aspect. I really like it. Ain't really too big for me. You know what I mean? But I don't know about everybody else in the chat. If y'all got any plans, mine's is in March. I'm gonna celebrate in March. You know what I'm saying? The new year. But for the people that celebrate, the new year of January 1st, it is what it is. Hope y'all enjoy yourselves.
I'm celebrating all the New Years,
Every
even
last one.
Chinese New
It's the
Year.
new year tomorrow, huh?
Yeah, facts on every. I was just gonna get to that too. Fucking new day. Hey,
Right, that part.
but Chanowk just now said that it won't let him sign in. Hey, but if you can, because I don't want to leave off this screen, like, because my shit might fuck up, right?
Yeah.
So if you can, just tap in with him and give him kind of like the steps, sort of, you know what I mean?
Yeah, let me see.
But as far as me, as far as the New Year's concerned, y'all get an opportunity to see how I started it off with this children's book. So that's one thing for sure. That's going to kind of like set the tone and shit. But this has been in the works for a minute, so it's really not new, but it's new because it's out now. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, I know I got this music project that I'm gonna drop this 2023. And then fucking this movie and shit. You feel me? So I'm just trying to work this year. Like, that's my main focus is working.
Right.
And it was funny because somebody who bought my book was telling me about a character's name that I was going to use for this fucking cartoon that I got in the works and shit, right? And she was like, if you change the name for the girl, then such and such and such is talking shit and shit, right? I'm like, hold on, calm down a little bit. I was like, that character in the book, for the children's book, she really doesn't have a name. I said, what you're talking about is for the cartoon that I'm about to do. But she just now reminded me, like, damn, I did, put the cartoon, like, in motion and shit. So I really gotta bounce back to that now that this fucking the book is done and shit. You feel me?
That shit probably crazy. The whole process of getting the cartoon going.
Yeah, hell yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, is it drawing each scene out? That's crazy.
Yeah, and that's why I got it on this one, because I was in talks with Megan, who illustrated my children's book, and I was asking her, is she good with doing the animation and shit, and she said that I think she tried her hand at it before. I don't know if she how professional she is, but I do got access to like a few different people who are kind of skilled in that department and shit. You feel me? So if I, if they have to come on board, like, you really have to come on board with that shit, like, for real, like, you know what I mean? It's not just a one day. It's not just it's months and months of time that's gonna take to make that shit happen. Like, you know what I mean? So it really got to be somebody who's down for the ride. Like, you know what I mean? So when I find that person to do that, then it's up. Like, you know what I mean? And I think that's been the main thing that's really been holding me back. I already got the ideology. I already have what I want to do. And just the theme is catchy as fuck. Like, you know what I mean? Everybody's gonna relate to the theme of this cartoon. Like, you know what I mean? So I just gotta find somebody with the animation skills to bring this shit into life. And when I do that, it's up.
That's how a lot of that shit be, man. Same thing. Man.
But also, there was something else I was gonna say with that shit too. Oh, the other book that I'm gonna write that's already pretty much written. It's gonna be a book called Inhale Affirmations and Exhale Confirmation and shit, right? So it's just gonna be a book of like some dope ass original quotes that I came up with. And I'm gonna put some dope ass artwork with it, like, you know what I mean, and then just put that shit out like that. Now that I put out this children's book, I know a lot of different illustrators been hitting me up, like, hey, hit me, for the next one. What's popping with the next one? So just like,
it just go up from here.
Yeah, now y'all see I'm serious and shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like y'all doubted me and shit. Y'all doubt me and shit. But no, but yeah, so it's just for me again, bringing it back full circle. This next year, I just plan on working and shit. Like, you know what I mean? Just putting shit out, getting into that creator mode.
Right, exactly. I'm over here trying to get both of these. They both having problems trying to get in. I'm like sitting here trying to help them get in the damn show.
Oh yeah, no, you good. So again, for the people, well, let me let y'all know I'm also in the works with as far as the podcast is concerned, trying to get this young lady on who's she basically has Tourette's. I think she's 21 and she has Tourette's, and also she also is has been in the porn industry and shit too. So I'm trying to get in contact with her. Well, she already said that she's interested in doing the podcast. So, I just gotta, you know how that shit go. Like, you know what I mean? You gotta have my people talk to their people, like, you know what I mean, type shit, and get in contact with her and make sure everything is up, make sure the timing is right. But sometime within I want to say, if not next month, probably February, we're gonna have her on, and that shit gonna be lit.
Yeah, that's an interesting like duo in the sense, yeah. That's different right there.
Yeah. And again, like, because I know I was talking to her about it off camera and it's just like, just to have Tourette's, just that alone is just like, damn, living with Tourette's, that shit it's a little bit different. But her just going in on the porn shit, I was just like, hold on, wait, what is this conversation? And then she kept going in. I'm like, oh, okay, well, shit. All right, that's
all right. Yeah,
and
that'd be interesting right there.
Yeah, she was feeling like, how they be trying to sell like the young girls' dreams and shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you're gonna be a millionaire, like super rich and all this other shit. She was like, she said she make over 6 figures and shit, but she said like, it ain't as glamorous as they try to make it seem and shit. You feel me?
Right.
Because when she was talking about it, I thought she was talking about like the movie industry or the music industry or some shit like that.
Right.
And as the conversation kept going, I said, "Oh,
you talking about something different?"
Yeah. Like, okay, but it's free of mind, so
right.
It ain't nothing too
no limits.
Yeah.
That's the first though. I ain't never heard no shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So that'd definitely be interesting for sure.
Yeah, I just wonder, like, and the being in the porn industry and having Tourette's, like, nigga, like, you probably thinking you making her come and shit, and she just have.
Hey. It's a lot. It's a lot, bro. That'll come with that. You don't know. You may not know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, you may fuck around and cuss your ass out.
Hey, on some real type of time. Hey, but now I'm just making light of the situation. But she don't. Hey, the crazy thing about it is that because she on TikTok. I met her on TikTok and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And she don't care. Like she was like, I'd rather a motherfucker talk shit than pity me and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, oh, well, yeah, you gonna get that from me.
For real.
She said, I would rather die to have a motherfucker, pity me and shit. Cause it's just like, I don't want, like, you know what I mean? My condition is my condition.
Right. Keep it real, shit.
Facts. But I just be wondering, like, niggas, so what if somebody, never, like, I ain't gonna keep on going into that shit, but that, hey.
That's different. It's definitely different, for sure.
I cannot wait to have her come on. And she's, she was talking about something else too. Shit, just, give her insight on how she thinks and shit about political views and shit like that. So it's gonna be a nice conversation for sure.
Okay. Yeah, man. That's gonna be lit. I'm trying to see what's up with the brothers, but they must be on them 2000 devices and shit. He said he on some old Galaxy phone.
Well, my iPhone ain't that new. I'm gonna keep that shit a band. My shit is not new.
You on Safari though, huh?
Yeah, hell yeah.
See, I was telling them Google Chrome. I'm like, shit.
Yeah, double back and see if he got Safari. Well, yeah, I think, yeah. He should be able
that's
to
Windows, ain't? No, Windows ain't. I'm tripping.
Yeah, Windows is, I think, associated with Dell. I don't know.
That'd be Google.
Yeah. But yeah, that shit is bananas. But because I can't see no comments and shit. But how y'all feeling about about this new year? What people got popping and shit? We might have to. You want to know what?
What the hell?
Hold on, real quick. Hold on.
Man. Sometimes this shit be crazy. Trying to get people on. But yeah, what did he say? Something about the new year. New year plans. I ain't got nothing popping for the new year. Just elevation, huh? Growth and elevation. More life. Continue going up. I'm curious to see what this 7 brings, you know what I'm saying, in a year.
All right. You can still hear me clear?
Definitely. Yeah, I hear you. And we were supposed to have this energy die conversation too. Oh, it was finna be crazy.
Right.
I see Rob Moses in here on that type of time. Technology of the Netaroo. Instruments of electromagnetic energy.
Go.
You're gonna have to get.
Hey, yeah, somebody. If one of y'all want to come on, it's all good.
I gotta send them the link.
We could bust that, right? Right. I could bust down that energy shit right now.
Facts. That shit, you know, that shit is life. It's just normal life when it comes to that type of time.
Right. Ooh, this shit. This way.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I just now blinded myself. Hey, can
Energy
you see
never
me clear?
dies, it just transcends. Yep. Yeah, you saw it.
Oh, okay.
Lime said energy never dies. Come on, get off the screen, man. Get off of the screen, man. Energy never dies, it just transcends and takes different forms. Exactly. That's a fact.
No, that's big facts.
I ain't never. Hey man, we're gonna have to pull Lime up here, man. One of these shows.
You said who?
Av boy. Okay, Chanowk said he finna restart. See if that'll do something. But you know, he also out there in the mountains, I believe. Unless he might be out here. I do know he got.
Shit.
Yeah, so but no, I'm pretty sure if he using laptops and shit. I mean, he probably got service up there. I don't know.
Yeah, that totally slipped my mind.
Mm-hmm. So I guess we'll find out, huh? Here in a second. It just takes different forms. Exactly. Nothing dies. That's how what I take from it. When you say energy never dies, then that would mean nothing ever dies. Now, if you say that to certain people, they'll crucify you. They'll
Big
have you
fact.
hanging from the they'll have you hanging from the cross off of that one. Like, what? What do you mean nothing dies?
Right. It's like, even with, with the body dies, but our spirit doesn't even die.
Hey, you just went in and out like a motherfucker. That was the first time you went in and out like that.
Are you serious? Can you hear me right now?
I can hear you. Yeah, you solid right now.
Hey. Pretty much how people were saying, like, how the body, but it's just like, well, does the body really die?
Does the body really die? That was the story of a black man as well. What you talking about? Or are you saying that was the story of a black man as well? When it comes to the energy never dies, it just transcends and takes a different form. Like you talking about Jesus?
Talking to somebody in the comments?
Yeah. Oh, you can't see the comments. Hold on. Let me see if I.
Can't see
damn.
the comments.
Okay, I put them back up. Oh yeah, see, yeah, he talking about Jesus, the crucifixion.
Oh, I see it. Oh, what time? That's what he was saying. The crucifixion is about the black man.
Well, yeah, he's saying because energy never dies, and he's saying that's a story about Jesus in a sense. Because the nigga came. The only reason why I associated it, he put the crucifixion like when he died, then he came back 3 days later. I mean, I guess you could consider that, you know what I'm saying, not really dying. Because then after that, what happened? The nigga just disappeared, like just went back up into heaven. He didn't have to die again.
Yeah, well, yeah, that part makes sense for sure. Because if the body, where's the body go to? And we would have to say that the body goes back into or go back to this molecular form.
You talking about like going back into the earth?
No, I'm talking molecular form. Like say for instance, even like like a body decomposing, right?
Right.
So then it's just like, okay, well, we know it's not going into the earth, very like and shit, like, you know what I mean? So where does it go? Like, you know what I mean?
The molecular decomposition or I don't know if I'm following you. What you talking about? Molecularly, you're saying where does the body go?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh no, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, so if we talk about, like, say for instance, like if we put the body in the ground, right?
Right.
We stand that it's going to become, because of the energy, it's going to become what the ground, right?
Right.
So if we find a body that's decomposed, buried, then where does that energy go to?
Hey, that I mean, it all is. No heaven or hell, just everywhere and all around us. I can feel my mom's energy all the time. Right.
Especially if you're keeping her in your thoughts.
Facts. That's the frequency right there.
Exactly. And that's just the what's that movie? That shit. But when that song when they was talking about that, "Don't Forget About Me," Disney movie.
A Disney movie?
Yeah. The young boy ended up going into the underworld and shit. Man, what the fuck is it? I can't even think of that goddamn name of it. But they're pretty much saying, like, when they have, like, the Day of the Dead, then they have like like, like towards Halloween and shit. And then you pay homage to to the dead, because if they forget about you, then you're like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think I know which one. It was there was like Hispanic.
Yeah, I can't think of the name of that
Yeah, I
shit.
know which one you talking about. I can't think of the name of that shit either. But yeah, I know exactly what you was talking about. And yeah, that's like the whole thing of black people having an altar and shit and putting family members. Coco. It was Coco. Yeah, it was
Coco.
Coco. It
That is
was
Coco.
Coco.
Yeah,
That's a fact. Rod said it becomes fertilizer and food for worms and maggots.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. That cycle. The cycle. What they say in Lion King, he was like, the grass turns into the gazelle turn into the grass. Something I forgot how he correlated it with the cycle of life, but he's like, yeah, we eat this, that shit turns into the grass and the fertilizer, and then it comes back around and eats the fertilizer. Like, it's all working in one big cycle. No separation. Yeah, that shit hella real.
That shit is real. Yeah, that shit is real as hell.
And that's a big thing, man. Especially when you're talking about the circle of life. Like that I don't know, like when it comes to just the understanding and people. Not everybody, but a lot of people, it's just like when it comes to, you could say, the downsides of that circle, again, it's an
Right,
understanding thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like some people, yeah, they're going, oh, heaven and hell, you to death type shit. You know what I'm saying? Or good and bad, you to death type shit. But when you really take a step back and look at the full circle, you're like, wait, hold on, all this shit working in unison. That's another reason why when it comes to the Bible, a lot of people they can't properly analyze it because they looking at God and the devil as nigga adversaries and without the right type of understanding in a sense.
right,
You know, like, oh, the devil's a bad nigga. Like, we don't need the devil. We gotta but it's like, why else would it be introduced into the story if it wasn't no purpose for him?
right. And
You
see,
know, so
on that type of time. Oh shit! Can you hear me?
yeah, yep.
Oh, okay. Because I'm. Oh no, that's on the top. From where I'm at, that shit is red to the.
Oh, for real, my shit's showing green. But the
Oh,
way you moving, nigga, it's kind of delayed, so it's probably a little slower than what I'm seeing.
okay, okay. Um, but yeah, now when it comes to that, kind of like what you said, like when it comes down to the energy, because all of these stories, regardless to what it is all right.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why I tell people like energy, because there ain't nothing shaking and moving without
Man, you
energy.
sounding like
I mean,
Lovejoy right now.
is it messing up?
Yeah, it's like
Let
every
me
couple of words, you feel me? It's like going in and out.
let me let me let me go out and come back in real quick.
All right, for sure. That's crazy. It look like my service is bad because this nigga service is bad. What's up with the? It must be the time that we in and shit right now. Just got shit fucked up. Cool, bro. Back in. I don't know about Chanowk, man. Tried to get the farmer in here. Tried to get Tyrone in the building. They shit's not working. It's just one of them days. But yeah, that understanding right there of energy never dies, and then the concept of what energy is to certain people, because people like to put shit in categories and separate this aspect of reality from this aspect of reality, and by doing that, you can separate yourself from those two things actually being a part of one thing. You know what I'm saying? Let's see who this is. All right.
It's me, baby.
There you go. That shit back
Hey,
now.
that's just it's kind of fucked up how like Lovejoy is kind of like the stamp for like bad reception.
I know, huh? That is true. Like, hey man, you gonna have to get your shit right.
Hey, shout out Lovejoy though. On some real
Right, for
shit.
reals.
Hey, on some real shit. I don't want to be Lovejoy, nigga. What's say?
The true goal and focus of the Bible is to find the Melchizedek order
No,
royalties,
Chesapeake, yeah.
which are the teachings of Tahuti in order to obtain our true godhood.
See, even
Mm.
when they bring up Melchizedek,
Ah, shit.
Did it go back?
Yeah, you back now though.
Yeah, my shit's hella jumping. But now what I was trying to say is, when they bring up Melchizedek, I still think that that's still energy personified. Like, you know what I mean?
Right. I can see that. I mean, that's literally everything. We give names to all of these different things to be able to, you know what I'm saying, recognize them amongst each other and shit. But outside of that, like you said, it's the same, you know what I'm saying? We talking about the energy.
Mm-hmm.
Teachings of Tahuti. See,
Yeah,
hey, we got to bring Moses in here, man. I got some questions.
Oh.
All right, you back now? Yeah, your shit. Oh man.
Hey, can you hear me?
Okay, we got Chanowk in the building.
Man,
Well, Jesus.
I had to do my phone. So
You had to get the phone.
yeah, I'm on my phone. So it's yeah, I'm on my phone now. But yeah,
It's working though.
my
It's
computer
clear.
just wouldn't do it it just wouldn't do it. I don't know. I was in IT, so I was like, man, this thing got me.
Right. Yeah. I don't know Tyrone. He can't get in. So hopefully he'll be able to figure it out.
So how do I share the link so that people can get in? People that wanted me to share the link with them.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Send it to me. I can just
we
send
on
it
Facebook
out.
Live. We live on Facebook.
Oh, okay.
And then also YouTube. So I just sent you the YouTube link.
Are they going to be able to interact, or they just can watch?
Yeah. Comments is live. If they want to actually come in, they can come in. If they got something to say, whatever.
All right. So you sent me the YouTube link on what? Facebook?
Yeah, on Facebook Messenger.
Yeah. Let me just be upside down for a moment.
And if they on Facebook,
okay, here we go.
They could just go to my page.
What's happening?
Would you say Woon? Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, because I don't. It seemed like it rolls smoother when I'm not both on camera and got a fucking.
Yeah, do it that way then. So at least we'd be able to hear you. You know what I'm saying?
What's happening?
Exactly.
No, I was talking to Woon.
Are you talking? All right. So then that's that. Just do this real.
But yeah, we know he kind of popped up, but we got to give Noak his proper introduction to the podcast.
Definitely.
Go back up.
Man, your stuff is chopping.
Mine?
Yeah, your stuff. Like I hear you. Like I can hear about 2-3 words, and then it'll chop real quick, and then you'll be back another 2-3 words.
Oh. All right.
So yeah. But yeah, man, we got Chanowk in the building. What's going on, man? It's been a long time since we just had a face-to-face talk, phone conversation. It's been a minute.
Yeah, it's been a bit, man. We went through the COVID thing, and everybody and all that type of stuff. So I was happy to see that. I was happy to see people starting to get back where this thing all started. So, it was good. Those good 2 years. Now everybody, well, we was before, but a lot of people are seeing that things are getting exposed. So may have some eyes, but the majority of people still wearing those We just
Right.
keep doing, and hopefully they can see a little better.
So, for the people that don't know, that's in the building. Got Fred in the building. What's up with the God? Tell the people a little bit about yourself, what you do.
All right.
A little background story.
Yeah, I'll give a quick background. So let me see where I'm at. So let's start about 2007, 2008. For those of how old was you in 2008?
2008. Shoot. I'm 30. Shit, I was like 16.
Yeah. All right.
17, somewhere around there.
Yeah, when you were 16, the economy dropped, right? Stuff happened. They had all these banks failing and all that type of stuff. I was in my 30s then, and I was sitting at home and I was in the profession, and so but if somebody unplugged the cord and the electricity, didn't mean a thing. So at that point, I was like, okay, I need to get back to my roots. I need to start doing something that's more practical, because at this world, that and just to give some background, when I was IT, I was so basically about 2004, the iPhone that we saw the prototype of it then, and so they were saying that and at that point, flip phones with LED screens, and they were saying then phones into you're gonna buy with the phones, you're gonna get cameras on the phone, these phones are gonna replace computers, the whole thing back then. So about 2000, I was like okay, I see what's about to happen. So then I was like, let me start learning how to grow some backyard. I started growing a little bit of food, blah 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 blah. Killed a whole bunch of plants. She was also working in in her field. Was growing herbs. I was growing vegetables, things of that nature. So we decided to start the park called. Actually, we didn't start the farm then. We just kind of more so was growing my children. We were all together. We got a blended family, about like 7 children or so. At that point, we really just wanted to start ourselves closer to the country, and so most people get mad and they want to just but what we wanted to do is we wanted to start learning the skills first. So things like, let's get a couple of chickens so we can get our own eggs. Let's start going to the grocery store so much. Let's let's start reducing the use in the wintertime. Let's start getting clothes instead of turning on the heat immediately. Stuff with herbs. Let's start, and keep in mind, 1996, already stopped using Colgate, and all that other type of stuff. 1996, I got rid of all that. I had a friend of mine curing himself, multiple sclerosis. He got off the medicine, started eating it, and within 6 months he was able to walk again, eyesight. So I started going through that type of transition way back then. But you know how here and there. But then when this thing happened in 2008, I was like, okay, I got to start taking this stuff seriously. So anyway, I started working with the children in the backyard. They hated it at first. They started to love Sunday ritual. We would get up in the morning, work in the garden, pick the food, and then eat outside together as a family. And so that became our little Sunday ritual. And so to happen with my children, because of course, not being on computers and we didn't have phones as much as we did back then. I started to see changes in them. And I'm here in Oak Park, you know, it's the hood. I wish other people could see this. 2011, I quit my job in the computer world. 2012, Judith quit management and things that she was doing, and we decided to start this farm called the Yisrael Family Urban Farm. Our mission was to transform the hood for good using urban agriculture at that point to engage and show people that there's more to life than what they're showing us on, you know, they got us locked into the cell phones and all those other types of things. And so from then, that's what we were doing. We did classes, you know, you've been over to the house a few times, Woon's been to that. And so it was just really about showing people that, you know, I'm not expecting everybody to become a farmer. You should want to know how to grow some food. Because if they take us, then you're dependent. And so, you know, that has a family should know how to do something other than depend on the system. But, you know, that's kind of the message that we push to the community. And then, of course, when COVID came, you know.
Right.
You know.
How was that for y'all, like dealing with COVID? I mean, just, you know, and the farm and that whole time frame.
Man, I wish I could tell you a sob story prepared. So when it was like, okay, you can't go to the store, I'm like, okay, you know,
right.
Like, okay, we'll just go in the backyard more. I mean, we, you know, kind of poised to be prepared for things like that to happen. And of course, there's more got to have, you know, you got to be prepared for stuff. I mean, you know, you just tell you what you're supposed to do, and then that's the only thing that you think about. So we were prepared. It was good because everybody wanted to start growing food at that time. So, you know, our sales picked up. People wanted to start buying seeds from us. You know, plants, garden builds, all those different things picked up. So, I mean, it wasn't bad. We COVID. I mean, if we did have to go out, you know, you got to mask up and different things like that. I know people don't whether, you know, agree with masks and different things like that, but you know, our culture requires distanced. So we've always been that way. I was.
Right. Yeah, I know it. I know it firsthand, you know, being that I used to come over there all the time, you know what I'm saying? And
yeah.
I experienced us working hard in the field, and then afterwards, you know, Judith hooking up a meal for us. That was like some of the greatest times, honestly, for real, because I learned so much just being on the farm, you know what I mean, and then just being around other color melanated brothers and sisters, and just the energy, just being outside and doing something that's real. You know what I mean? Was an experience just within itself to take away. You know what I mean? So, I appreciate you for real. You know, just for showing myself. You know, because now I could take this knowledge and transfer that down to my seeds, and you know, just spread the love around.
And that's really what the whole before, you know, we first got out of slavery. We were poised to take. We knew all the trades. We did all the people. The slave master was not doing work, so they did not know how to do anything. They didn't know how to grow the food. They didn't know how to take the cotton, turn it into this. They didn't know how to build, how to do any of that stuff. We had all of the skills, and then of course they started bringing in people from other countries to kind of, you know, dilute that was starting to develop. So, you know, we come from that. If you go back 3 generations, and I think that every black person should be able to go ancestry 3 generations past. And if you've got your ancestors that are still here, your elders, you need to go and talk to them and make sure and just hit record on your phone and ask them to tell on. You know, 3 generations ago, I talked to my mom, farmers on both sides, military men farming, picking cotton, never less than 3 to 4 weeks or even 2 to 3 months worth of food, canned foods, and different types of things. So it's only been like about 1.5 generations, all of the skills that would have made sure that COVID wouldn't have affected us, wouldn't have.
Yeah, I mean that was in a sense, I think it's a good type of shock. The COVID thing, you know what I mean? Because it put that way more into perspective as far as like, well, damn, if they shut off everything, you know what I mean? Like, where am I gonna get my water? Where am I gonna get my food? How am I gonna, you know what I mean? Make certain things. And you start seeing a lot of people tapping into doing for self in a sense, you know what I mean? Whether it's creating their own business or, going that route when it comes to the farming. A lot of people kind of started taking those different avenues because they were seeing like, yeah, it's looking a little sketch,
Real sketch. And my grandmother used to say, my grandmother, she didn't like those folks, to the point where she would spend anytime someone would pass, she would spit on the ground. And she was always saying, and she always used to tell me, never put yourself in a position on these folks, because my grandfather, my dad's dad, his dad died. And so from that point, because he was the major breadwinner in the family, the family kind of went into poverty during that time. So, just a lot of that come from the elders that I believe, prepared what was going on now.
Right. Yeah. I don't know if Woon got his sound back. And then I noticed too, yours was a little bit choppy, Chanowk, at a certain at a couple of different points, but it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, I'm doing the best that I figure it out.
Yeah, maybe the headphones. What's up, Woon? What you got going on?
Problems going.
That's why I'm like, it must be the time of year or something. I know Woon right now, he's not in his normal space, being at the house. He's kind of out on the road, so his service is kind of iffy right now. And then same with Tyrone, like this, unexpected little difficulties.
Yeah, we're gonna be all right.
Because I know Woon was trying to. Did he come back in?
Yeah, he left, came back in.
His stuff is tripping. Hey, Woon, yeah, you might have to go out and come back in.
Yeah, something like that.
I don't know why this stuff is I don't know why this is,
I don't know.
What's going on with this? The IT specialist, yeah, you like, I ain't been in IT in how long has it been? 10 years?
Nah, I left there in 11. Yeah, 2011.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, I retained some of my skills. One of those things of I was just done with that. The main reason for going into that field was one, because I was able to self-study, get into the field without having to get a college, and because of that, and the money was good, and I was able to get the land that eventually farm. So it was a plan, because if you want to get, not going to buy it outright, and I didn't have the money at the time to get some going in debt on it, and that was one of the main reasons on why I was working. I mean, I made a post the other day. You know, a lot of people go to school nowadays are outrageous, but you know, really good professional can work for a Fortune 500.
See, now you going in and out.
Judith just sent me a message and said I was trying. I don't know. I'm doing the best. Maybe
I don't know what
let me
tap out, and tap back in. Oh, did you just take the headphones?
I took the headphones off.
Oh, it sound clear now. So far.
All right.
Right. That's my mom. Got moms in the building.
There she is. Yeah.
Thank you for teaching my son who in return taught me how. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to go, though. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how it is supposed to go. You know, I learned something valuable. Exactly.
Yep. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there he is. And
I can hear you, but that shit sounds static. But yeah, had to put mom on. It was fun, man. That whole thing was a process.
Yeah, I mean, because
I was finna take over the whole backyard. Then it was Pops was like, well, no, I still want a little piece of yard. So it was like, you know. But it's funny now because my mom's next door neighbor had a full blown. You know, you came over one time. I think you seen it. He had a full blown garden going off to the you know the left side, and then she had neighbors moving on the right side, and they did the same thing, turned their whole backyard into a food forest.
Yeah, man.
And so now she's like in between both of them, you know, and she's smelling all the little bark and the manure and all the stuff that they're using, and I'm just like, see, you could have had your backyard, you know what I mean? Could have been 3 yards right now, bartering and doing all types of stuff, you know, but. I mean, just being next to food in general, I guess, is, you know what I mean? You can't lose.
Yeah, it's great. And, you know, I mean, and even a whole full-out garden, you can also do a couple trees. I planted a fig tree. I gave one of my, came over, I gave him a fig tree. And I was like, if you take care of this tree, this is going to feed your great-grandchildren. This one little tree. All you got to do is take care of it, and it'll feed them. That's what this is all about. They got us all in the cycle of we go to work from to get money, and then we go ahead and buy food, and then the food is not healthy. We're like a few hours a week into trying to grow a garden, put in a garden, put some fruit trees and stuff. At time there'll be so much successive returns from that fruit that you'll know where it came from, no pesticides. No stuff in it, and much that you'll be able to give some to other people. So
exactly, yeah, that's the beauty. It's so it does produce a lot. Like my mom's neighbor has a peach tree, and it's like they don't know what to do with the peaches. There's so many.
Yeah, actually start to get, and then when you start to get really comfortable with the laws of nature and all of the secrets that all of the ancient societies, whether it's the indigenous people that were here, whether it's Egypt, Ethiopia, all the sea, in their belief system, creation myth, why they had such a great love for the natural world, and you can see it in everything that they do, and it was just being able to take and something that you see in the natural world, and then start to understand the whole cosmos through that.
Right.
It's something. I mean, you really have to spend the time to do. I mean, you think, why do they call? And until you actually keep sheep because I keep sheep. Don't really understand why they call people sheep until you actually sit and watch. Like I can sit out and watch them for hours, and I'm like, oh, that's why they say that about. It's. I mean, and you see the way animals work and they move. I mean, I got right now. I don't have a whole bunch, but if I separate the males, all the males get antsy and anxious, and then in danger, the females always run to where the males are, as if like protect me. Nature is set up as opposed to what we're media of how relationships and how the roles of males and females should be for a long time, and it works out better in the end than what we've come up with.
Right. Now, I wanna allow Woon to. I know I'm trying to. Oh, there we go.
Am I clear now?
Yeah, but you.
Clear.
It's still choppy?
Nah, you good.
It's not choppy. We see your mouth move before we hear your voice.
Hey, but it's clear though. It's clear.
Oh, okay. Hold on. All right. So
Don't mess
so
with
I can do it like this,
boy.
right?
I know, huh? Go ahead though. Go ahead. Yeah, you good.
Okay, yes. I miss a large chunk of how you started off because I was actually moving my location.
Yes, sir.
Just so I could be a reception at least just that, you know what I mean, a little bit more.
Yeah.
But it sounded like it was basically how you started off doing farming.
Yes, sir. I started out with that.
Okay, definitely. Did you get into the benefits of how people could take that into their personal?
I did get into that a little bit. We talked about it. We talked about all that. We talked about COVID and all those different types that want to focus a little bit more on growing their own food and those types of things.
Okay, yeah, definitely. I know when I was there at your farm, I think it was like the first time I was there. It kind of stood out to me that you had said was of your garden, the pharmacy, right?
Yep.
And that to me, it kind of because I'm good for words with certain energies and shit, right? So for me,
yeah,
that was like that was like an ultimate standout as far as just calling it the pharmacy farm as in comparison to what we know as far as getting these so for me that was kind of like lit, and it kind of just opened up my mind shit for.
Yeah, it's man. Y'all gotta definitely check out the Yisrael farm if y'all haven't already. For anybody that's watching in Sacramento, Oak Park, because it's definitely an experience for sure. Especially if you're not, all the way hit to everything that goes into having your own garden or a farm or you know what I mean, things like that. I know now they have it way more urban, to where it's easier for people that still have to go to work and do certain things. You know what I mean? But just the benefits that you get from it, you can't beat it. I think my mom, when I put the farmer in the garden in my mom's backyard, that whole summer she didn't go to the store for no squash, no onions, potatoes, like you know what I'm saying? So that was a cool thing, you know, and then just to go over there and just to have produce just sitting around like it's just, you know what I mean, clothes or something, like it's it's different. It's definitely different. And it connects
And
you
you
in a special way to nature for sure.
absolutely. And really, if you take it back a little bit more, because I know, and we can talk about it in a minute, because it was a thread that Woon, you and I were on. We were talking specifically about Jesus. So I want to revisit, if you remember, when we were first talking. But I want to. You think about this. We call it farming, but in reality, what it's called is, right. You know, the original name of what relates to nature is called husbandry, right? And the reason why it's called husbandry have, you know, and of course it's designing it and being able and designing an environment that ultimately, one, yourself into this environment, whether it's a garden, whether you got an orchard, animals, and then of course you take care of these things around you. Those things pay you back in certain things. Like for example, you know, meat, but keeping sheep, you have wool, right? So you can make clothes. You know, if you've got an orchard, it's not just about getting the fruit off the trees. So then if you want to build a fire, or if you want to build off of certain things too. So apples, if you think about apples, I mean, it's not just about eating juice. You know, you've got all these, you got apple cider vinegar, all these things that are made with the apples. So you have a whole entire industry in one set of things that you have to then take care of, relationship that you have to get into. And so what I say, people, is that it teaches you how to have relationships with, right? And and if you go to school, that take care of other living things. Most people don't get till maybe they have a baby. That's the first time that they're asked something else that's totally dependent on them. And so we don't anymore. And then when we do finally get together with other people, whether it's men and men, we have absolutely no relationship skill. We don't know the difference between give and take. And so as a whole, if you look at the way you see, like you have clicks over here, you got clicks over here, and all these different types of things, when in reality, if you look at nature, in that environment works together to be able to off of each other. And so when you go into other communities, you see them, you know, I'm not saying that there's not some level of, have disagreements and things, but overall they work to, just like, for example, sheep for the most part are not out like, we gonna be this click over in the corner over here, and then all the other sheep are gonna separate over this place. Sheep all stay together. Why? Because that's
safety.
Yeah, it's safety. You know, so the lessons that are pregnant in nature when you start to see how they work. And then, of course, you know, if you're going to have sheep, because, you know, we're at bears, mountains, and everything else. So then you might have to mix. So then the dogs can protect the sheep. But then you also now have to take care of the dogs too.
Right.
And has, and everyone has a set of rules. You can't treat the dog to sheep. It can't go down that way. So then now you have all of the tool belt of how to organize this environment around you so that be able to survive. And
so what was
these are the lessons. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna ask, like, because I'm not sure if, well, at least if I was in there, I don't remember the post that you were talking about when it came to you and Woon, when you know what I'm saying, when you were talking about Jesus.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he's not. Is your stuff working?
You guys hear me?
He's still okay. Yeah, I hear you now. Do you remember what Chanowk was referencing?
I think talking about
I'll go.
I forgot what I posted. I posted like, What do you guys could go to the post real quick, and then we could just build from there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
because I don't have access to my to this.
Yeah. Don't touch nothing. Don't touch nothing.
Also, I want to give you a shout out on the book. You're a published author.
Yeah,
thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, you're a published author, man. That's great, man. I'm happy to see that, man. I
appreciate it for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely. Let me see, because it's gonna take a while because you be posting. Let me find it. Let me see if I can. Oh, let me see. Where is it? It's way down here somewhere. I can't. Man.
Yeah, you got this nigga won't be posting.
Here it is right here. As a kid, you believed in Santa. Then when you mature,
yeah.
When you're spiritually mature, you become Jesus. And I, I think that he had a family, he had a father, and was prepared by people in order for him to be able to get to that role. And because and as we talk about, I think the whole thing is that what was one of the titles of the person in the Good Shepherd. That's what he was known as, the Good Shepherd. And so many of the like parables and things that he found in nature. So you got the parable of the figs, you got the parable of the sower, you got all of these things that he was talking about, which was he speaks a verse under the auspices of the agriculture and the natural world. So that's kind of that's where we started, and that's what we came into.
Yeah, can you guys hear me
now?
Yep.
Nah, because I heard you read it, but still on my end, it was kind of supposed to make sure that the people got but it was ultimately, I'm a paraphrase because again I can't look at my Facebook because I don't want to get the full idea of how I typed it out.
I can read it out. Am I clear? You can hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So it says, as a kid, you believed in Santa. Then when you matured, you became Santa. As a young spirit, you believe in Jesus. And when you're spiritually mature, you will become Jesus.
There we go. Thank you. So with that right there was a few reasons why I posted that post. For posting certain things, there can be a double, triple, maybe even quadruple shaded with what I post, right?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, that post was just talking about the idea that Santa is a is a uh, is a replaced Jesus, right? And if we're talking about Christmas, associate Christmas with being with Jesus Christ, but for the and there was a lot of people who are saying like, well, why present on Jesus's birthday, right? Alleged birthday. When it comes down
Yes,
to
sir.
that, that's a question that even me, I also had that question. Jesus, how come you can't go to the mall and take a picture of Jesus, or take a picture with Jesus, things like that, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
so now so now when we get a level of saying, okay, well, what is there any comparison Santa does compared to what Jesus does, right?
Right.
And so, if people uh uh have went into dealing with the 33 vertebrates, and Jesus dying at 33 and all of that that's associated with that, but and the character says um is ultimately comes down from a high place. They descend down, they come down, they spread joy, and descend back up, right? So on that type of
Yeah.
time, okay. So on, okay, I know I got a delay on my end too, but on that type of time, it was just like one of those, like, now if we can understand uh and going into the colostrum being synonymous with what they call kundalini energy, and how it comes down from, it starts from the top, it goes down, then it rises back up. So if people can't weigh, this is why they have those characters in place. You understand what I'm
Yeah.
trying to say? So presenting
Definitely.
it's still representing the energy that's associated with into the Christmas tree being lit up and your pineal gland being open. A lot of things that's associated with that, but that's one of the ways that bridge the gap to let people understand why there is a Santa Claus being a representation of what this Christ Jesus is. But then I didn't get an opportunity to go into the actual associated with it. But when I was talking about the kids being once ballerina, right? So as a kid, there's a lot of things that our imagination is limited to. So we're able to uh, keep them within a certain level of many worlds. I'm gonna just say it like that, of many worlds, to where it keeps them open to the big or small world. But when you get older, you start to see, like, okay, I was able to receive joy, right? And now when I get older, I'm going to be get that joy. I'm going to return that love, because I've learned now. You know, there's, I forgot what. So when I was a boy, I thought and received things as a boy, but when I became charged things, I had to put those to the side. And this is not to say that when you still participate in that same joy from the imagination, but now you're just giving it because you understand it, right?
Yes.
So then, in comparison to Jesus, and I know a lot of people didn't receive it correctly, as young spirits, religion tells us to believe miracles, and these miracles that happen. Santa Claus, Miracle on 34th Street, like, it's about the miracles. They're still synonymous right? But when it comes down to okay, can we as adults circles, you know, to spread to people or even bring them to children? And if you're you can, because at this point in time, you know, you become creator, right? Because my thing has always as far as this I am shit, my thing is Trinity is the creator, the observer, and the participator, right? The kids, in, you know, they say that kids are more in tune with spirit age. So at that point in time, they're just observing what's taking place, believe in a lot of different things. As you get older and start to make your transition, so then you know, so then you can understand how the magic. You're not just watching it. Now you're an active part and taking play, and then when you get spiritually mature, you can now create the magic. You become this Jesus that performs the miracles. But that's only if you mention enough and participated enough in order for you to make the magic happen. That's the comparison that happens with when we're kids. Again, you know, then we get older and we start to notice, well, maybe Santa ain't real. But at that point in time, do you leave out the people who's behind you? Do you cut off their imagination, that energy going? So then you become Santa Claus, and then you know give the right. So on that type of time, it's just like that's the connection between it. And I noticed that you have mentioned to that Chanowk, that when it comes down to the going to the fact to say that that, well, you know, Jesus became who he was ultimately because of his elders or because of his parents or somebody who made him, you know, how to be who he was. And I think that's when you refer to John the Baptist. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. When we talk about, again, I'm saying, like, we were probably looking at it from two different angles. Not to say that there's a right or wrong, but just the energy, right? The energy aspect, and that's what I was more energy when it comes down to that. The energy aspect and the consciousness is always there. So being ignited is a part of. So if you take this trip, say without, like, we don't know, there's no story about Santa Claus's dad, things like that. So we just focus on, okay, well, Santa's got lit some type of way. Okay, so now we understand, well, his predecessors, if they were important, and they would be a part of the story. So then we go to this Jesus story. As far as Jesus is concerned, Jesus always existed. Is uh this is pre John the Baptist, right? Because Jesus was, if I'm understanding the Trinity correctly, or even this God being, is a part of the story, and then came into the flesh, and then makes sense.
You was kind of cutting out towards the end a lot more. I mean, it was choppy kind of like the whole way through. We kind of was able to get the gist, I think, of what you were saying, though.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I agree with it all. I agree with everything. I just my whole thing with the post was, it's just like if you want to become like there's something, unless somebody teaches you. Like, for example,
say that one more time. Say that one more time, Chanowk. Say that one more time. You kind of cut off when you said that.
I was just gonna say that there are some things that you cannot learn unless somebody else teaches you.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. And when we're talking about specifically talking about, because I agree with you. I agree that Christ always existed. Jesus was just a man, right? Who at some point is to the level of Christ. And of course, when you look at development, let's say, let's versus Allen Iverson, right? Both of them were great, but if you look at the way that they ended up moving through their lives, there was a big difference with Michael Jordan than there was with Allen Iverson. His family. Jordan had mom and dad, and his dad was at every game. He took him there. He showed him everything that he needed to show him. So his raw was more developed in the sense of, and not only was, but the way that he was as a person was more developed. Even though Allen Iverson may have had more raw talent because there was nobody to shape that talent into something. There was certain places that he could not go with his back. And now that we look back, we can see, Allen Iverson did the cross. So you can tell that he had the potential to be 10 times, but because his family structure was different, had to go through certain things, like, getting in, being rebellious against, not necessarily against, he was rebellious against authority. He didn't practice as much. For when you look back now and you say, okay, what is Allen Iverson, all the talent that he has, as opposed to a Jordan, then you're now looking at how important it is to have a family structure. And so when you look at somebody in the sense of Jesus, he came from where the things he was speaking in public were common knowledge. Back to where he came from and was talking to his mom, and he was like, yeah, mom, the kingdom of heaven was, boy, who taught you that? But when he was out in the public, who's talking about Rome, right? So we're talking about a place where the place was based on keeping people asleep to who's going on. When he came out and said the kingdom of heaven is within you, it was like, oh my God, that's so deep. I never heard nothing more. Because they had been taught by a whole different, whereas he was sent. They said when John the Baptist baptized him, and you got to look up the word baptized because it means to initiate brotherhood. That's what baptized means. He was initiated into remember, he was born, and I'm going by the story. I know we could get into the nuanced story, but let's just let the story be what it is. He was 12 years old. There was a decree that went out that said what? And it's been done to the black, kill all the male children, right? And so his parents, no, they left. Where did they go? Egypt. They were there for 18. Nobody knew what was going on with him. But they did know that when he came back at vastly different than when he left. And all of a sudden, he got baptized, initiated. There was this flash of light. And then guess what? He went on his mission. So,
got you.
So all I was saying, say that again.
Real quick. So I got a question if you were done. I didn't want to interrupt you.
No. Go ahead. We having a conversation. Go ahead.
Definitely, I appreciate that.
No, it's not good.
So there's a scripture, and again, I can't get into my I can't switch it in a different location. But there's a scripture. I'm sorry.
What? Tell out. I may know where it is.
Can you guys? Okay, there we go. So, in the field, Jesus, some type of work, and it's saying that people are snickering and murmuring, trying to tell him, "Oh, okay, well, how can you say that you were this? But we know who your parents are, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And they're ultimately saying, the son of Wuchiwa, son of this person." And Jesus is like, "Oh, y'all really going by my physical parents? Be some shit that has nothing to do with them."
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Absolutely.
Ultimately, he's
you're talking.
Ultimately, he's referring to, I'm not even of the physical. So anything that I have or attained is actually from my state, right? My God state, right?
Yeah.
Now
absolutely.
this is not, he didn't get an opportunity to exercise that that level of cool. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is that naturally so the exercising, again, this is what I was talking about, allowing you to get to the creator state, right? So it's not that you don't have it, is that you need to explore it unless you're in the physical.
Like you didn't you just haven't remembered that you knew this already.
Exactly. So when you say remember, you're just going back into yourself. Just like you said, the things that he was talking about was people were wild about it, right? But this is not to say that they didn't even know, right? And this is a question that I would pose to people who are understanding, right? And this is the question you probably haven't heard me ask it, Kano, but I'm gonna say this: you have not heard. If you don't know anything, how can you agree or disagree with something?
Definitely.
Ask the question again. You said if you don't what?
If it comes to you with a question, and you can either choose to, if they come to you with a statement, and you can either choose to or you can choose to disagree with that statement. But what is the reason for the disagreement or agreement?
I think we missed a
key word.
Okay,
no.
Hold on,
that was the main word we probably need to hear. Can you repeat it one more time?
Okay, so I'm gonna just type it out. But if we just with information, right, that we
mm-hmm.
that we're not privy to, right? What is the foundation for us to either agree with it or to disagree with it?
Yeah. So so if I can paraphrase, then are you saying that conversation about something that they don't know?
Right.
Is that what?
Yeah. Well, for this, they don't know, but I don't want you to hold on to the don't know. But go ahead.
No, I was just gonna. I was just saying that that's John chapter, and it said, and they said, "Is this not Jesus, the son of Joseph, whose father and mother we know?" He said, "I came down from heaven," because people were in uproar because he said, "I'm from heaven." Now,
Right.
I agree. My only point is that before he got baptized by John and the way after he got baptized is different. Because remember, if it's your parents, your family, where you grew up, that provides a foundation. And so when he got baptized, there was an edifice not of this world, or certain things that he was let in that maybe even his parents didn't even know. Which, because if I look at my own father, my father was a brilliant man. He could not put a phone number in his cell phone to save his life.
Right.
So, to him, I was like this masterful person phone and go beep, 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 beep.
Right.
And he was looking at do that. How'd you? I said, "Dad, it's just a cell phone. You just pick it up." And the children, when they started getting cell phones and working on computers, I mean, they do with these phones that you look like, wow, how in the world did they do that? All I'm saying is that there was a reason why he point. And I'm saying, and what I'm putting out is he had a certain in his family, right? Because remember, when they brought us here, we destroyed our families, right? They would send to that child so that we could not properly have the type of respect have within our family structure. Because remember, you can own Heavenly Father through the lens of how you've learned from your earth. And I will tell you that if you have a man or a boy who has there with him, talking to him, molding him, he sees him, environment around him, as we started talking about agriculture again, seeing his mother's happy, he's modeling a certain type of a thing. It's not this overbearing, it's more of a research. Then that boy is going to be able to go than a boy who is raised without a father, seeing his mother, never seeing manhood modeled around him in any. You will have a totally different set of paths that these. And when you look back, after they both get 50, you'll be at different places where this takes place. And so when we talk about Jesus,
do you think that is by design? And when I say by design, I'm not talking about the design of man, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
When you say by design, what is what by design? I'm just trying to make sure
the fact that different environments produce different outcomes, and you get what I'm saying?
Yep, I think it's absolutely by design. And when it comes to Black men, they put us in a situation that we ultimately were raised in many cases. Because I know of, when I was 12, symbolic, seriously at 12, I was around the time when my parents up, and from that point on, it was me and my mom. And I didn't get Father until a little bit later. And the things that I started to do and the habits that I learned, the way that I started to see the world handicapped me, right? And stunted my growth. And so it wasn't until later on in my life that I went through a whole bunch of stuff, having children, trying to go and get with anything I could get, as much as I could get, what men are supposed to do, overbearing man or hyper masculinity, all the boys do when they don't have that example there in their face. And me back.
I think I see. My bad. Keep going.
Go ahead.
No, I think I see what Woon was asking, as far as if you don't know something, what would be the foundation of getting to know that? And I think you just kind of touched on it. It's like, how do you get to the top of the hill if you don't know there's a top? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, what you just explained is exactly that. It's almost like, okay, when you say Jesus had to get baptized, and then after he got baptized, he changed into this whole other person. But then you also mentioned the fact that there was a span of like 20, 30 something years where we don't know anything about what happened to Jesus when he got put into Egypt. You know what I'm saying? And so based off of what you're saying and then connecting that same thing to the story, it's like you went through all of these different things. You had all these different experiences that made you have the outlook that you have today in today's world. And that to me would go across the board for every single person on this planet, including Jesus. Like that time frame that we don't have a full understanding of what the hell Jesus was doing during that time frame. He had to be doing something, which is all a part of an experience. And those different experiences is what taught him all of those different things that when he came out, you know what I'm saying? And when he came out and everybody was able to finally see Jesus, he's like, oh, I got this. I got some game for y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like he got something different.
Exactly.
And so it's more of that, the experience, the observer, the participator, and the creator. It's like I create a scenario for myself to experience so that it can confirm to myself who I really am. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I say this to that. If you had the opportunity, you know, I don't know, do anything in the world, go out and try to do it yourself and go through all the things. Because remember, while I'm creating these experiences so you can find yourself, but there's in the wake. You know what I mean?
Say it again. You cut out on one of them words.
There's carnage.
Oh, carnage.
It's carnage in the wake.
Okay.
Right? Relationships. It's improper parenting. It's people there's all these, while I'm designing these experiences that ultimately teach me, I'm hurting other people.
Mm-hmm.
Rather do that, or would you rather be able to do all that and then be able to come out having to do those things? And that, go ahead.
It just brings me. It brings me back to the question: how do I know something that? How do I ultimately? It's like if I've never. I always use this example. It's a simple example, but if I've never experienced fire in my life, I don't know what that is. I ain't never touched it. I ain't never experienced it at all. But you, as an elder, tell me, hey, this burning red thing that you may see in the fire in the forest, that should have burned you. Or this skillet right here is hot. And you tell me not to touch it. Do I know that it's hot? And do I know that that's what, the sensation of heat in general?
Yes. If I'm a true elder, I'm going to burn.
Okay.
You're elder, right? Real teacher. I'm not just going to tell you that it's fire and it'll burn you. I'm going to say, let me see your hand. And I'm going to put your hand in the fire. And then you'll say it, but then you'll feel the burn, and then your mind will associate fire. I see that it's fire, and now my hand is burnt. Real burning is about. And many times don't put our hands in the fire. They just say that's going to burn you. And what does the mind say when if somebody tells you don't do something, burn you? What's the first thing you're going to do?
You're going to do it.
You want to do it.
Right.
So and so that's, I guess that's what my answer would be. Because I was your elder, you would have a burnt hand. So then if you're to go and test the fire, then I'm just going to say to you, because an elder is going to make sure that you and the experience. In fact, not only am I going to do that, I'm going to teach. And while you're making it, I'm going to show you this can burn you. Here, kid. So anyway,
go ahead.
That's go ahead.
I understand that. I mentioned improper parenting earlier, right? What you just now said, it could be looked at or deemed as improper
proper parenting by the people who elevate it. See, that's why you have child abuse laws here, and you can't do certain things with your children because while kids, they run around crazy, and they let them do that so they learn the limits of the environments that they're in. Whereas parents, sometimes, not all of them, will say, don't touch that, don't mess with that, don't do this. So by the time they sit off in a corner with no experience about nothing before, I've never done this before, I've never done anything before. And so then when you get out, you are prey. You become prey. Everything in every environment now preys on you because you're so scared and you never got any time. So when we look at them and we look at that, man, that kid, man, really, his parents don't care about him. He letting him run around and go and do this and go and do that. That is actually learning the limits of his environment so that when he gets, whatever the situation is, he knows how to operate in this environment of Earth. You get 25, 26, and you stand up next to one of them. They're like, skydiving. I've been done this before. I done shot guns. I know how to. I can take me and peel the skin off of a bear and you'd be like, I ain't never left 45th Avenue. I ain't never even left the city. I ain't even been to LA. I ain't been nowhere. And so what happens is, guess what? We can't.
Yeah. Now it just comes down to, because I know you had the comparison with Mike, right?
Yes.
So when I was coming up, I came up in a street life and shit, gang banging and all the shit, right? So what I noticed is that one of my partners right now, he came from a background with both parents. Both of his parents, I believe, were into the church. They stayed in a nice house, everything was there, but in terms of the family structure from the outside looking in, right? And the structure was there because both parents were there. They were both present there. But regardless to that, still had to live out what he felt that he wanted to do, his ascension and becoming a man, or finding out who he was in gym. And I'm saying that to say that not that he made a bad decision or a good decision, regardless to what his parental, he still had choices that he was going to make that was a part of his person.
Well, you said they were in the church, because Christianity does not raise men. Point blank, period.
I think that's subjective, but go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, if you grew up in the church, then you have another man in your family. He's called the pastor. He outranks you in your own household.
I mean,
he could be on the pulpit and say X, Y, Z, like, well, I want to do this, and everybody in that we're talking once again. We talk about an environment. In that environment, you will be told. Now, I don't know who all went to church. You will not be able to be a man. You will be told you turn. It's part of the psychology, because remember, Christianity. We got Christianity from slave master, pastor, to the slaves. So if you come through that particular psychology, what you're talking about, when you see, and then you see in the street life, and granted, we know that there, but still you see a different type of manliness. Somebody having to sit up under another man and have that man like, okay, here's what you're gonna, telling you how your family should be run.
Okay, so if that was,
anyways, go.
Well, I was just saying, if that was the case, I'm just like, that whole, everything that you just explained is still part of the experience that could be meant for that person. Do you when I said grand design, because I said, like everything is, would you say everything is in order?
Well,
we have to make a distinction if we're talking governmental or spiritual.
I'm more so talking. Yeah, you could say just earthly. Like, is the earth in order? Like, is everything going how it's supposed to go? The grand scheme, the grand design of everything. Is everything
Right.
working the way that it's supposed to be working?
Well, that question is not an yes or it can't be answered because we're talking right now based on a world that's because you're on a phone, I'm on a, we're on these artificially. Now, if I took you out in the wilderness somewhere, that's a different story because that, right? What we're doing, all of what we're saying and going through right now can be off.
More so.
Go ahead.
Well, more so what I mean by the order, I guess, is I guess the best way I can say it is ordained by God.
Yeah, a divine
or divine, you feel me, ordained by the divine source. Everything that's happening right now is supposed to be happening.
Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that. The sovereignty of the Most High. I believe in the sovereignty of the Most High. So
because I was gonna
go ahead.
No, go ahead. My bad.
So yes, but and I don't like to use the word, but I just, it's also designed, just like you were saying, they're forced to go through a process of finding themselves via things that I talked about before. However, in this process, no one ever taught us the things that we needed. And it wasn't by accident that we never knew those things. We were given access to all the information that we needed and deal with it. We just never had it from the beginning.
Right. So from that, right there, I think ultimately what Selfmade is asking you, ultimately, if would that still be a part of the grand design?
It's one's grand design. See the grand. Okay. So let me. If you go into the natural world and see how animals live, the grand design of how people live. For the fire, you had to go cut the wood. You had to cut the tree down. You had to cut the tree into. You got to start a fire. That's how you got heat, right? You either grab some forage around you, got a fire, or maybe you made some kind of implement so that you could kill an animal so you could eat. Grand design. There's another design that we've in, which is right now. If I get over to the wall and I can hit a button, I can hit another button and it'll get cold. The grand design, but it's not the grand design.
How can you make that statement if it's
that's what I was going. How can you make that distinction?
How can you say which one is which?
Because I've lived in both. Right now, just like Neo in the Matrix, I can step right out of the natural world, and I have enough information to be able to make the choice to see. Meaning, I can step into an environment where there's no heaters. If I got to cut down trees last year so they could cure, so that I can warm myself. If I want to eat meat,
but then
I've got to raise the
heater.
What'd you say?
That would still be a heater.
Uh-oh.
It is a heater. But remember, in order for this heat to run, it needs gas, which is a renewable resource that they have to get out of the earth, which is ultimately causing pollution, which is ultimately leading to the destruction of the earth. Cutting a tree down and burning the wood, right? Yes, it releases some stuff into the air, but it's not near as destructive to the planet as the convenience that we have all grown up with.
So with that convenience, would you say is not a part of the grand design?
It's not a part of the grand design. It's a part of a grand design because there was
Are there? Do you believe?
Go ahead.
Do you believe in two creators?
Right.
I don't believe in two creators, but I believe that there are people who have tried to set them up as creators, but they're not really creators. They're more like makers. Meaning they have to take what's already been created and then try to make something else out of it.
So you believe in one creator,
which is a whole manufactured world that the majority of the world lives in.
but how can that creator that you just described do anything that the overall creator didn't intend for it to happen, if that makes sense?
Well, like I said, it's intended to happen because remember, you have to make a choice.
Right.
There has to be a choice that's going to be made. So it's like, okay, you have to make a choice. Like right now, as we're talking, everybody's making a choice, right? Now, I decided to come on this thing here today to make a choice to talk to people. It's almost like I'm jacked in so I can talk to y'all. But on the average, I don't live in this same world. But I'm here because I want you, one, I talked about how I started. Why? Because I was just like everyone else. And at some point, I was like, wait a minute, this is not the grand design. There's no way that this is the grand design. Because why? I'm looking at animals. I'm looking at nature. You can see them. They don't ask for heaters. Now, I'm not saying that, okay, people built teepees and people had shelters over them to protect them from the elements because we don't grow fur. Okay, I understand that. That's why we wear clothes and things of that nature. But
there you go right there.
Going to work to make money, to go buy food is not the grand design. It's not the grand design. We're the only species of things on the entire planet that do that.
In essence, it's the same thing.
But
go ahead, Woon. Go ahead.
I know. I was just gonna say, but because I forward to where we're compared to things that we would say that they don't have. Ultimately, that's like we got the option to choose, and they don't, right?
Say that one more time. You said we have the option to choose and they don't. Is that what you said?
I was saying because a lot of people they would say that we're living so far from nature, so removed from nature to what animals do in nature, right? So with that being stated, they say that animals don't have to think about what they do; they just do it, right? So ultimately,
it's natural.
That's ultimately saying that they don't have a choice, right? They just naturally do it. I think even us having a choice, we're still going to do, and that's what we're doing.
Yeah, remember that post you posted, Chanowk? I think just me thinking about it now. Like I think it was in reference to something else, maybe like politically. But Yeah, I posted a picture and it was like the illusion of free choice.
Yeah, and then slaughterhouse at the end. Yeah.
Right. Um, I look at that very synonymous with free will. Do you believe in free will, or could we use that same picture and instead of saying free choice at the end, we could say free will?
Yeah, we can for the sake of this conversation, yes, we can say that. But it would require some explanation, uh, because you know uh, we do have evidence, that at some point, uh, the way that we lived that was closer to nature and the way that we're living now stopped, and we can go back and look and find that, so it's not like I'm saying something to where it's like people just revolted and was like, man, you better make me a heater, man, or we about to have some problems.
Right.
It wasn't like we asked for this stuff. It was somebody said, and they have the commercials, it's in the 50s. There's this new time-saving device that's coming out. It's called a washing machine. And if you start using the washing machine, and they would have the commercials of the lady saying, shoot, I got my clothes, I put them in the washer, I have so much free time now. Why? But as soon as you had the free time, what did they do? Inflation came. So then the free time that you should have been using to have all this leisure, you have to work even more because the money that you're spending is now losing its value. So you need more of it. You have to work more hours. So in reality, they gave you this time-saving device so that they can take more of your time so you can work forever. And because I know that y'all know this was a design.
Right. It's almost like how us as humans can design a chair made out of wood, or we could design a chair made out of rock, or we could design a chair made out of metal, or we could design. You get what I'm saying? It's almost like saying alchemy in a sense. What are you saying?
Or we can make a bomb that can kill people.
Exactly.
Right.
So everything that you saying, like right now, we're using a device.
Yep.
For a good thing. We're spreading information. We're growing together. We're showing unity.
Yep.
There's a lot of good things that can come from this. But at the same time, we could have a podcast talking about, something negative, or you know what I mean?
We could.
So I feel like that's across the board, more so the intentions behind how we utilize a lot of these things, but the creation of the things like that's what we do. We are creators. We alchemize the earth. That's what we do. Terraform the earth naturally. I mean, we see that in nature. You know what I mean? They terraform certain things to make their houses and to make their, traps, all types of stuff. Monkeys is doing stuff. They're evolving. They're changing the way that they get their food and all types of stuff. So in the evolution.
Well, can I just say something?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Changing the way that they're getting their food, they're becoming extinct because we're cutting down their natural environments.
I totally agree. I'm not going to say
more space. We need more space in order for the things that run the things that we're using right now.
Right.
So while we're doing these things, the natural things of the earth are being forced out. The monkeys aren't saying, yeah, man, I want to move to a smaller part of the forest. No, somebody is saying your existence is not as important as mine. So I'm going to take your natural environment because somebody else needs it for XYZ.
Okay, so if that's the case, then because now I'm thinking about the flood. Like that just brought me to the flood.
What flood?
Noah's the Noah Ark flood. Do you do you believe in that? Are you privy to how do you feel about that?
It's probably a little different because
More so, my bad. More so, what I was saying was as far as like how God wiped away the wickedness. Because from my perspective, everything that you're saying that man, took or created or whatever is not the overall design. I would consider that wicked. If God didn't want this, then why is it here? That would be my next question.
Okay. Well, I don't have the answer to that question because it requires you to do something that I don't like to do, and it's called circular reasoning, where you kind of go in circles and you say, well, what came first, the chicken or the egg? And then you start reasoning, well, if it was the chicken, then it was this, and if if the chicken wasn't supposed to be here, in those types of things. But what I will say is this, is that when you start to look at the way that a person has a concept of what God is, right? Then you can really start to see like where their mind is at, because there are some people who think that God is a person that like directs things, like oh, you know what? Chanowk over there cutting down a tree. We gonna hit a button and the tree gonna fall on him. See, you shouldn't have messed with that tree, boy. Right? There are laws that were set in motion. We know about them. They determine the planets, the seasons, the star, all those different types of things. They even determine how your body works, and over a period of time, you should be coming into the knowledge of how to work with those types of laws. For example, we all know, if you read Super Size Me or watched the movie, if you eat McDonald's every day for 30 days, it'll kill you, right? Because the food you're putting in your body is not fundamentally designed to support health in your body. So you will slowly break down and die if you eat in certain types of foods. And so going back to this whole idea of, we were talking about Jesus and different things. If you had the knowledge from a child, right, of how to practice correspondence with these laws that were already set in motion that people say is God, then you would be able to affect what they call miracles. But we weren't given that information. We were taught in public school, which was designed for public people to stay public. And so we never learned. So somebody has to come and teach us what we never learned so that we can then have the ability to make an informed choice of how we want to live. And so that's kind of the whole thing of what I'm trying to, just kind of get across, is that it's just, I don't know, until you actually go and butcher an animal yourself and do certain things. There's certain things that don't pop off in your head until you had those experiences. Back to the whole fire thing again. I can tell you about these things, but these things I've actually lived before. So it's a little bit different than, just kind of, conversing about them, if that makes sense, and so I'm just trying to, I'm trying to encapsulate, but it's not, you can't really encapsulate it, but there has to be a certain type of experience that has to be had to be able to really understand how deep the level of brainwash to the average person is, regardless of what they say. Because, there is, just like you said, there is a grand design. And in my opinion, there's a design that certain people have made on the planet, but there is also the grand design. And that grand design, you remember it. Because when you were a baby, there are certain things that you didn't worry about,
Right.
Most babies don't want to eat meat.
Right.
You have to train them to do that.
I feel like everything that the humans do, and this is just from my perspective, I feel like everything that the humans do doesn't stem from them, if that makes sense. Every bit of information that they can possibly get to butcher an animal, eat some berries off of a bush that may kill them, whatever it is, it's not stemming from them. It would be stemming from the source, especially when you take it back to the original. Like when you go back to that beginning story of Adam and Eve in the garden, they didn't have no knowledge of nothing. They didn't have knowledge of good. They didn't have knowledge of evil at all. But for some reason, God put the tree in the garden of good and evil, and then also put the snake in. It's like God is setting up situations for you to go through. You may say it's not part of the design. Like you may say computers and being able to create and construct a bomb is not a part of the design. But if a bomb don't never go off, how do people ever get an understanding of how to react to it? What's the aftermaths of bombs, or like what you can learn from these situations. And I feel like that's the reason why these negative quote unquote situations are put in this pot. That's all a part of God's design, because God is still trying to figure out who and what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Or else it doesn't make sense. From my perspective, because it's like you have all of these other questions now of like, okay, so you didn't give me any understanding of good or bad, nothing. You put a snake in the environment to tempt me to take off of this tree of good. So obviously God knows about good and evil to put this tree in my vicinity. And that's when it goes back to what I was saying to you about the illusion of free will, because it would be like a whole bunch of those stalls though, and then that back wall would be the butcher. You know what I mean? You just have a whole bunch of choices that you can make. I can choose. It says something in the Bible. I can't remember what chapter in the Bible, but it says there's a time to kill, there's a time to heal, there's a time to steal, there's a time to. So he's
time,
giving. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So he's giving you the oppositions right there. If there's a time to kill, there's a time to heal. So by default, both of those things are acceptable in God's eye, because he made it that way for us to experience by the choice, right? But all choices are still stemming from that one source.
Right. And so the Bible, the main story about the Bible is the father-son relationship, right? Because you're talking about Ecclesiastes, which was, according to the Bible, written by Solomon. Solomon was the son of David. David was the son of Jesse. Jesse was the son of Obed. And so there's a genealogy. So yes, it says that, but it's what you would have learned from your father, which would have told you when those things need to be done.
But my point is the main father would be God. That's where everything is stemming from. So if God can tell you there is a time to kill, there is a time to heal, there is a time to steal, there's a time to do all of these goods and bads, on top of the fact that we know God created good and evil, how can you say ultimately not to experience something?
I'm not saying not to experience it. What I'm saying is that unless you put all of these things that we're saying within the context of father and son, right? And a son Because remember, the questions that you're asking would be the questions that a son would have for his father. Why? When are we going to do this, Dad? Why do we do this? Why do those animals kill each other, Dad? Why do those things happen, Dad? And in this particular context, remember, we've been taught in this society that our job as fathers is to go out and work and then make money. When in reality, the real job of of fathers is to raise our sons. And so for the most part, and I know because, my dad worked too. So he didn't raise me. He couldn't. He didn't have the time. So when I had all these questions, as any boy would have, and I'm not saying that, when there's things that go happen with women, but that's not what we're talking about right now. So I'm not just excluding the sisters. So don't try to catch me on that, because, but all of those questions that I had, where did I get those answers? My friends, the TV, school, books that were written by people who, we know what they were trying to do with their education. We know what an educational system is supposed to do. So I never was able to, and most men or most boys are not able to have the conversations with their fathers that they should be able to have. And I don't know how many generations you want to go back in our history here that didn't take place. Now, let me give you another example. I have some friends of mine who are Europeans, and they're immigrants. Okay, their great grandfathers came here. Maybe they were shepherds. Maybe they were made jewelry. Maybe they were carpenters. Maybe they were tradesmen. Maybe they did this, they did that. They come here and they spend their whole existence, each one teaching the next one. Boom, they get home and each one of them goes into that particular type of trade. There's an unbroken line of information where a boy at this age right now, at 20, can say, this information that I have came from my great grandfather. And his sum total of his experience was added to by the grandfather and then passed on. And then added on, and then passed on, and then added on, and passed on, and then added on.
Yeah. So on that.
So go ahead. Oh, I thought somebody was saying something.
No,
so have this compendium of knowledge that stood the test of time for several generations. As when you start to ask those questions of, just like you were saying, well, why is this happening? And what is this about? And what's this? And what's that? To be like, son, your great grandfather and your grandfather and your grandfather before that, we've been working on the answer to this question. And here's the answer. And here's how you use this information in the world so that you can be a functional man, meaning that when it's time for you to stand up as a man, you'll be able to operate, not having to deal with some other person controlling your existence. Now, go ahead.
Let me ask a question real quick.
Sure.
So do you believe in the Father in heaven, or the spiritual father?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So who would you think would be more prevalent to your ascension? Do you think that it would be Heavenly Father or your physical father?
Well, you have to, when you say ascension, you have to, because some people think that there's ascension happens when your spirit leaves your body, when they call that death. Or you're talking about like some other type of ascension.
So ultimately, if we're talking about what you're talking about, and I know you're becoming a man, right? Or being,
I'm getting close.
Having the transition from coming from a boy to a man. So my question to you would be is, who would reign more to the understanding of what that looks like in real time? Physical father, or would that be the spiritual or heavenly father?
It's probably going to be the Heavenly Father. But we have to qualify that, though. I mean, because we can use, let's use this in a certain type of, let's qualify that. For example, and I'm going to use money terms only because they help to see things a little better. Imagine if you make $1,000 a month, right? And you, I don't know what you do. You have some kind of job, or you maybe, I don't know, you're doing something and you make $1,000 a month. Let's say somebody is doing the same thing you do and they make $7,000 a month, right? There's going to be information that they're privy to that you don't know. Now, they could attribute that to, I talked to God and God told me. And you might say, okay, well, that sounds great. But what you'll find in most cases is that they talked to another person and another person gave them some information that made their life easier.
There, right there. Let me insert something right there.
Sure.
So if they talk, right, and that other person had the information, then that person, they got information even on the physical father, information from the spiritual or heavenly father, right? So then let's talk reverse engineering. And I have to ask you a question before I proceed with what I'm going to ask you. So do you think that God learns from his creation?
That's a good question.
Well, when you say learns from his creation, I'd say no. And the reason why I say that is because if you create something, then you already know what it's going to do. But see, that's what I'm saying. Okay. Like I create, I mean, if I'm a creator and I create a computer program, I know what the program was designed to do. Now if it doesn't do exactly what something that I designed it to do, then it could be that there's something that I need to look at. But as far as it teaching me, then that's a whole different story.
Okay. Now again, so if you can look at design and find a flaw in it, and you know that is that flaw not teaching you about yourself?
Well, like I said, once again, what would be how would you qualify something as being a flaw?
Well,
decide to flood the earth
because of the wickedness,
if you decide to have, I don't know, this is for the audience, but I don't know if you believe in God creating but if you believe in the option of free, then obviously you know that there's going to be different outcomes, right?
Right.
There's something that I missed, because if you believe in
free will, you were saying if you believe in free will.
If you believe in free will, then do you believe? I mean, do you think that there should be what people would consider a physical hell?
What do you mean, like where people go under the earth and then they burn and people in hell want ice water? Do you mean that? Or do you
Exactly.
mean that people have to deal sometimes they because of their lack of knowledge of the laws that actually govern nature or govern the universe, they make decisions based on ignorance, and then those decisions cause them problems, which, you know, could be looked at as hell depending on relative to, you know, what your position may be.
Okay,
Because I mean,
so, all right. So with that being stated, so God knew what was creation, right?
you cut out. God knew, and then I heard creation.
Knew what his creation was going to do, right?
When in what context? When?
I'm saying overall. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
For
because
you,
it says, yeah, it says in the Bible that he knew you before you were even born. I knew thee in the womb before I
well, I'm not.
formed.
Well, I'm more or less saying like, because you just now there's nothing that God doesn't know because he's the creator, right? There's
Right.
Mhm.
so
I'm following.
so in the beginning, not always Jesus in the flesh, right? There had to be an introduction to Jesus in the flesh, right?
Right.
What do you mean an introduction?
If God already knew what was going to take place, Jesus
Jesus, what?
would have been introduced from the gate.
Well, yeah, they because they knew that a savior was supposed to come, right? That would have been the introduction. Whenever God introduced Jesus as the savior to come and save people, would be the introduction.
Right, right. So obviously there had to be some type of intervention that God wasn't privy to. It was like, you want to know what? Well, if they can't get it this way, which is the
Right.
introduction to Jesus.
Or else, why would he need to come back?
So is that there was a change of plans. If Jesus wasn't always, then God had to observe and then make a Jesus come down.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Well, no, well, see, because you're talking about Jesus, because, you know, he wasn't Christ at his physical birth. So it wasn't like nobody said, oh, let's bring him down. It wasn't until he was baptized by John, which again, when he was initiated into certain information, that's when he started out his journey in that aspect. He was not this when he was born.
So with that being stated, what was the purpose of in the physical?
What do you mean? What was the purpose of being in the physical?
Was the purpose of him being born in the physical if he already existed in a non-physical?
Well, he didn't exist in the physical because you're somehow making Jesus and Christ being the same person. Christ is a title.
So, all right. So,
like, hold on.
Let's.
Okay, go ahead.
So let's do this. Let's do this by character. The always existed, right?
The Holy Spirit always existed.
The Holy Spirit.
I mean, because these terms that you're using, like, what is the Holy Spirit?
Hold on, wait. I'm not asking you about the Holy Spirit, but I'm just saying, and there was always a Father, a Son, and a Holy Spirit, right?
I don't know, because you're using a term Holy Spirit, but what is
don't focus on the Holy Spirit. I'm just asking mainly about.
But here's the point of what I'm saying, though. You're using English words to describe a book that was written in Greek.
What are we talking
about
right now? Just let me the understanding of what I'm trying to say, because we've been talking English this whole time. So
yeah, but
there has always been
of the Greek language and what these terms mean in those contexts. It's like you can't
okay,
take,
but just try to do your. There's always been a Father and a Son. We don't have to worry about the Holy Spirit, saying the Holy Spirit, so you can understand when I say Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and that's not in the physical, right?
I don't know. I'm letting you demonstrate. I can't, like I said, if I'm going to demonstrate my understanding of this, I'm about to take you to the context of what the statement was meant. I'm going to take you back to the language in which the statement was made in, according to the book it was written in, and then I'm going to use that to demonstrate my understanding. I'm not just going to say what it is and then say.
You're not. So you don't have any understanding of it.
I don't have understanding of what you're saying. No.
The term Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
I understand what you're saying, but the context in which you're speaking, I don't have any understanding of that. I understand it from the context.
Let me ask you this.
Sure.
The Father is.
The Father is what?
Is God, like the Godhead?
Well, I mean, like I said, I mean, these words you're using, man, you're using words that are out of context. And
I'm asking you. I'm asking you. I'm not saying what it means from your perspective. Have you ever heard of the terms Father, Son, and Holy Spirit?
Of course, I've heard of them.
Okay. Now, with that being stated, the Son that we're talking about in those three would be synonymous with Jesus.
No, it'd be synonymous with Christ.
Synonymous with Jesus.
No.
So you've never heard of Christ?
You never heard of what? Say that again.
Christ Jesus. Like you said it earlier, Jesus wasn't always Christ Jesus until he got.
Yeah, baptized, right? Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, but I'm just saying that. So that's the whole thing of Christ is what we're dealing with when you're talking about the Godhead. We're not talking about Jesus, because and so I guess the question is that, you know, we talk about the idea of Jesus, especially from the Christian demonstration of him being only
begotten Son. Thank you. So and just real quick, I hate to cut you off. Is Jesus considered to be?
Is Jesus considered to be what? Now you're not coming through.
Is Jesus Son?
Considered the Son.
He's a son.
Considered to be God.
Oh, okay.
No, Christ is.
So Jesus is just a kid.
Yeah. Okay. So wait. What would be Jesus for you then? If Jesus is not the Son of God, what is Jesus?
Well, I mean, that's why you have to read the New Testament to see who he was. He was, you know, born of Mary, his mother, and he went through a process.
Wait, what was? Oh, okay. Keep going.
He went through a process whereby he was introduced to Christ and became son.
Who was his father? You said his mother was Mary. Yeah, but who would his father be?
His father would be Joseph.
Okay.
By birth, like Joseph's seed, like his actual semen?
Yeah. Are we saying we believe in spooky stuff, or are we about to get spooky about parents impregnating women?
So
we can't
hold on, wait. So wait. So with that being stated, there's a form. Were they of man or were they of God?
Who?
What form? What form? Say that again.
No, I'm saying the miracle Jesus performed, were they of man or of God?
Oh.
When you who though? Who are you talking about? His parents or?
No, he's saying Jesus. When Jesus performed miracles, was he in? What'd you say? Like, was that in human form or in the God?
I'm saying, right? Who like were they human abilities or were they God abilities?
Right.
Yeah, we're getting a little spooky because you're when you say miracles, you know, I don't know. It almost seems to me like you might, like what was when you say a miracle, what do you mean by a miracle? Because first of all, the New Testament is all allegorical. So when you're saying miracles, he did not speak to the public in anything but other than parables. So if you're about to try to tell me that he went to an ocean and got in the ocean and walked on some physical water, then we're getting kind of spooky. Or if you're about to tell me that, he walked up to somebody and said, "You're blind, let me show you how to see," and all of a sudden they had physical blindness and now they can physically see, then we're getting spooky. And we're not really talking about...
Now, I understand that. So when he refers to his father at any point in Joseph?
Say that again?
He's saying when he refers to his father at any point during, the miracles or just, in giving praise, he's referring to Joseph.
No, he's talking about the Most High.
Thank you. Why do we have to go that far?
I mean, when you get initiated into a brotherhood, your worldview changes. Now, if you've never been you were in a gang, right? You were a gang member. Before you got jumped in, you was somebody else. But after they beat your behind and did whatever they did to you so that you can now claim the set, you were a different man. You were a new man.
No, that's not true.
You had new responsibilities. You had new respect. You might have access to making more money, more money-making opportunities. Women that wouldn't look at you the day before was like, "Oh, you want down with the set? All right, cool. I'm down with you now." But before that, you was just whoever you was.
So again, if he was referring to the Father, is that Jesus synonymous with the Son, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit?
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna keep asking me the question. I'm just gonna say to you still that do you see
the importance of that?
I see the importance of the Father and the Son relationship, and I understand and if that is intact, it leads to the Holy Spirit.
No. But what I'm saying is because it takes us back saying that Jesus had to be introduced as the Son, was not always an instrument to becoming a savior. Why does he need to be a savior?
I didn't hear that.
So ultimately,
why does he need to be a savior?
Ultimately, what I'm saying is that God had to learn from humans and a savior.
Well, if we can stop being spooky for just a minute, we have to get context. Remember, we have to stay in context because, when you take things, the people who were called the Israelites, right, were oppressed in Rome. They were under oppression. Meaning
Did God know that was going to happen?
He said certain things would happen to them if they didn't follow certain laws they were given.
Exactly what was going to happen, though.
I don't know if he knew. Like I said, the point of what I'm saying is that it's already written that here's like if I gave you a book. I don't know if you've seen Back to the Future. If I see you seen Back to the Future, and if you saw Back to the Future Part 2, maybe it's Part 3. Somebody went back in time. Biff went back in time, and his father that he met gave him this book. And the book was all the sports scores from 19 whatever all the way to 2020. And he said, "Here's this book. If you follow what's in this book, you'll have untold wealth. And if anybody ever comes asking you about this book, you kill them." Because he knew, Michael J. Fox was going to come back looking for the book so he could try to change history again, right? So the Israelites were given rules, laws, statutes, judgments, and commandments to practice. And it was said when they were given, if you keep these rules, they will cause you to be high above all nations. However,
now watch this.
If you or your children stop keeping these rules, you will be placed under oppression by different nations, and they will cause you to forget who you are. So that happened. Rome came into power. They took over what is called Israel to a point to where these people who were Israelites were no longer caring about their own culture, i.e., the United States. We celebrate Christmas, birthdays, blah, blah, blah.
I get that. I got you.
So,
but again, if we have a natural design, why does there need to be laws? Everything is what it is, right?
The reason why there's laws is because humans are not the same as animals. In the sense that
I'm talking beyond the human animal relationship or saying that from God's design, if he knew what, then there shouldn't be laws. He should just sit back and let things happen.
I mean,
that's what happened. He gave them some rules and said, follow them or not. Here's what's going to happen if you do. Here's what's going to happen if you don't.
Right. But why does it come with consequence if he knows what's going to happen?
That's a
well, I'll tell you, this may seem a little cruel, but I'm the same way with my children. If you taught them and you gave them rules and things that are supposed to be followed in order for them to have certain outcomes, then they make the choice to follow them or not. And then you find out who loves you.
Do you understand what
that sounds like? Not like, just thinking about the whole concept, it sounds like a setup artist. When I say that, I say it in the sense of I'm a parent and I leave a pack of my own cigarettes or I leave a gun on the counter. My son don't know what a gun is, right? He don't the good or evil, all that. He don't know what a gun is. But I put it on the table and I tell him, do not touch this gun.
Well, then you're not being a good parent.
Whoa. Okay, so wait. right there. Would you say that my mind is flawed in me thinking that me putting a gun on a table and telling my son not to touch it was a good thing, or is that part of like a certain aspect of me not knowing the outcome?
Well, it's obvious that you didn't have good parents yourself.
Let me ask you this. When God said, I created the light and the dark, I created good and I created evil. When he said the word evil, what does that entail to you?
Well, according to the word that you said, ra'ah, which is the Hebrew word, you're talking about missing the mark. So,
Can
for
you
example,
elaborate? Yeah.
yeah, I can elaborate on that. It means missing the mark. So, if the mark is you're supposed to be honest, I mean, we go back to the 10 Commandments, you're supposed to be honest and you're supposed to be a certain type of way. And then you decide people have reasons why they decide to do things, fear, blah, blah, blah. There's things why people do things. And you decide to do something else, then you're going to miss the mark. Kind of like if you're shooting a gun, right? Mm-hmm. Now, a good parent is going to teach you how to shoot the gun, give you the gun, tell you how to shoot it, and do enough training with you to know that you know how to aim it and you know how to shoot it. Now, if you get lax, then you'll miss the mark. Now, it's really that simple.
I get exactly what you're saying.
we're going into, because you're assuming that, because just like you were saying, God is not putting cigarettes out and telling people to smoke them.
Whoa, wait, time out.
God's not putting cigarettes out and saying, don't touch these cigarettes. Because remember, you're divorcing what you see in the Bible from the culture of the people that the Bible is actually written about. These people were parenting their children. Like you were learning when there was no you wake up in the morning and go to public school. You either learn from your mother. The culture was you learn from your mother until you were 3. And then after that, if you were a male, whatever your father's trade was, you started to go to work with him. And if you were a female, you stayed with your mother and you learned what she learned. So by the time you were 15, 16, 17, you were fully in possession of the knowledge of what certain rules, certain things, you had certain skills and things of that nature. So you were then responsible for your actions.
But see, I don't see how that can be when every thought that I can think as a human stems from God. Everything that I could possibly think of doing in this reality stems from the source.
Right.
Nothing stems from me. Everything stems from the source. So already off the rip, that's why I said earlier in the show, God, there's a scripture where God says, I formed thee in the womb. I know exactly the likes and the works that you're going to do in your life. So
that's not what that means. That's what you're saying it means. It doesn't say that.
What does it say? I was paraphrasing.
It says, I knew you from your mother's womb. It doesn't say, and it says exactly what you said. You're fearfully and wonderfully made. It doesn't say, I know what you're going to do your whole entire life.
It does say that.
Oh, he don't know.
Well, you got to find. you got.
Hold on.
You got to find that.
So God doesn't know what you're going to do throughout your whole life?
You were given parents that were supposed to teach you the responsibilities of being in this world.
So
we can like I said, you're starting to get spooky because you came from out of your mother's womb, and the whole purpose of having parents is that they would help to raise you into a certain type of person via instruction, by example, instruction via here's this, here's that, examples and whatnot.
Is that always true?
What do you mean?
It's now said that was the design of the parents, right?
Yeah, that's the design. If we look in nature, that's kind of how it works. I mean, because remember,
I got you, but
yeah,
is
because
that true right now?
no, because that process has been short-circuited. Remember,
Okay.
squirrels
Okay. But
go to
again,
school.
wait, real quick.
Squirrel.
Again, so when it comes down to how did the thought come from to go against the natural? How can you overpower
The
a
thought, okay,
natural design?
the thought that can't. The reason why there's a thought to go against the natural order is because the people who are in control of the educational system are
Don't do me. Don't do me.
You can't do that, Chanowk.
Don't do me, Chanowk.
No. Okay.
Because them same people are getting the information from a source.
Right. But it's not the same source that would have you to be living in nature. Otherwise, the educational system would have.
Where's their source at? Where's their source?
Well, they come from a different part of the planet than we do.
I'm not talking about that kind of source. Where did they come from? Where does that source create the planet from? That's part of the planet.
I am talking about that because you're going to form your belief system based on your geographical location and the environment in which you grew up.
Okay, but where does that come from, though?
It comes from a place where there's not that much sunlight.
No. Where does that place come from?
It comes from a place where there's not that much sunlight, where the winters are harsh.
From? Who designed it like that?
God. There's no way. There's no way to get around that at all. God designed everything.
I'm not trying to get around it. I'm just not going to get caught up in that because the whole purpose of of existence is based on I guess you could say intellectual masturbation about certain things.
Okay, you're into IT, right? I always use this as an example because I feel like it's relevant, especially in the conversation that we talking about.
Sure.
So like dealing with computers, right? Just for the sake of the conversation, we're gonna say there's Google facility. They have all of their like their main hub of all of their data collecting centers, and you know what I'm talking about?
I know exactly what you're talking about. I've been in them.
Okay, so boom, and just granted, right now everybody's on 5G. A lot of pretty much everything, tablets, phones, computers, TVs, even your refrigerator is all synced into one thing, right? And you get updates on your phone. Or you get an update. Why? Because maybe this app, when you downloaded it, it had a little glitch that they fixed, so they send out an update to everybody. Kind of like even same with the Teslas, right? If a new Tesla goes into a new area that hasn't been explored by any other Tesla, it sends that data back to the main hub so that the main hub can update everything else.
Right.
So in the same sense of what we're kind of talking about on the human perspective, we're all these individual computers working through life, experiencing life, and
so that's where you're wrong. I'll say fundamental.
Wait. Hold on. Let me finish what I was saying real quick, because the connection is there. As far as I'm not separated from that next computer that's next to me or the one that's up the street. We're all connected. Why? Because we all have Wi-Fi. We all plugged into the same thing, right? It's all the same source. The only difference is what you search on your computer versus what I search on my computer. Again, all of this data is being sent back to the main hub so that the main hub can have an understanding of itself. You get what I'm saying? So like when it comes to humans, we're living these experiences and doing certain things, and that all of this information is being sent back to the main source or the main hub so that it can continue to evolve and update itself.
That's a fact.
And I feel like that's the way to be able to connect everything. Like, yeah, I might be looking up, how to grow plants and stuff on my computer. Somebody else may be looking up how to shave a knife to go kill somebody. But at the end of the day, all of this data is being sent back, to the main hub so that they know how to maneuver. And so it's like when you put a godhead in that position to say that because this computer had a virus that God didn't know about, but God is the main hub of literally everything. It's like, no, God put that. It's almost like a test in a sense. Like God put this virus into this computer to see how this shit was gonna react. Everybody that gets a virus is gonna react in a different way based off of their environment or their experiences growing up. You know what I'm saying? And that's that sin back.
So you have to stop right there, because that's the difference. We're not computers. The difference between a human and a computer is how we learn. A computer learns digitally, meaning you could take a piece of information into a computer and plug it into a computer, and as soon as you put it in there, that information becomes part of the computer's operating system, and it will immediately start to operate as such without prejudice. Humans learn analog. We learn by experience. Right. So once a person has an experience, you can go and try to change something about that person's operating system, but their experience will determine whether the information will be accepted and to what degree. That's the difference between humans and computers. So, for example, if I have all the information in the world that you could ever want, right? And I'm talking to a young boy who father used to beat him, right? He's not going to listen to me. Why? Because the experience that he had with a man in an authoritative position was negative. So even though I could be like, I could give you this information right now and it could change your life, young man, he's going to be suspect. And he's going to act a certain way in regard to that information. It could be my own child. And that's the way that it will happen. So, and I'm not trying to discount what you're saying. I'm just saying that we're not computers. We have some of the same aspects and similarities with computer, but we learn totally different. That's why we're not computers. And so experience comes through childhood. Your childhood gives you your experiences. So when you're talking about where did all these thoughts come from? For example, you see this picture right here? I'm going to show you this picture. You might be able to see it. That's my dad.
Okay.
He's holding, what's he holding in his hand?
Look like a pumpkin or something.
A big ass tomato.
Oh, okay.
This picture was taken in 1987. I didn't find it until after he died. And I never remembered that I was there when he did this. But I'm growing food now. If there wasn't an exposure by my father to certain things, then there's no way that I could have been able to conceive that it could be possible for me. And that's how people learn.
That sounds identical to computers.
It's not identical because computers can be erased. You cannot erase somebody's brain.
What do you mean? When you came in here as a baby, did you know anything? Could you say that your memory was erased?
From the perspective of experience.
Right. still stands.
If you meet so if you meet a woman right now, and she's had bad experiences with every man that she's ever had, or a woman meets a man and he'd had bad experiences with every woman that he has, you're telling me that you can be like, I'm not like none of them. It's cool. And she's like, oh, okay. Oh, that's cool. Let's work. No, her experience cannot be erased.
But that is...
You'll have to, in order to deal with her or him, you're going to have to do a whole bunch of extra work to be able to prove that the experience that they had previous does not apply to you. It's not going to be as Control-Alt-Delete, reinstall Windows, and the person's going to be like, oh yeah, brand new Windows again. So if you ever watched TV as a child, all of those thoughts were implanted in your head as seeds. If you watch somebody get killed as a child, then that's now a possibility that can happen. Now, of course, there's emotions and all these other things that would have to go into the actual act of killing somebody, but you now know that it's possible. It's a seed planted. Now, if you were to have a child right now, and I live in the country now, so I know country people, and you raised your child never watching no TV and only being in an environment that you created, and they never saw anything else other than you, his mother or her mother, and that environment, then that experience that they had could never be changed into anything else. Somebody could say, if you go into the city, you'll be able to have electricity. You just got to do this and pop the switch on, and you can have heat and you can have cold. They'll be like, nah, I don't try. Nope. Just like my dad, brilliant man.
I don't know about that.
I know, one of the smartest men that I know. Oh man, I can't mess with those ATM cards, man. I got to touch my money. I got to pay my bills in person. I got to go down. From his whole entire life. Dad, you can pay your bills online. I don't know. I ain't going to do that. And he never did his whole entire life to the day that he passed. Because of what? Experience. So we're not computers. Once we have an experience, and that experience, depending on how intense the experience is, that will be an indelible mark on our minds, and it can control us for the remainder of our lives.
So
right.
Do you
it's like somebody said, it may be initially, but eventually if he or she earns their trust, they'll then erase that experience and replace it with the new one. Right. I'm not saying that can't happen, but with the computer, all I have to do is plug it in. The computer's not going to say, I'm not going to take this update because the last update broke. It does not have the ability to deal with experience. It's going to take whatever you put into it and then operate with it as if it's the truth, without prejudice. People
right.
are not.
I'm not saying. That's why when I used it as an example, I'm more so using it in the sense of how things share data and the sources of where this data is coming from.
Right, and that's perfect, because who you share data with is also based on your experience. Like, for example, if I came up to you knowing what you know, and I'm wearing a doctor's suit, medical doctor, and I say, hey man, I got this pill for you, man, I'm sure it'll make you feel good. It's antibiotics, it's safe. What are you gonna say? I don't know. I don't know. Why? Because either you have an experience or you have knowledge that will tell you, and there's nothing that anybody can do about that.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. If you look, okay, do it in the sense of like, just for the sake of the conversation of what you're saying as far as experience and what I was saying as far as data being sent back to the main hub, the first person, even if you want to consider it Adam and Eve, right? Whatever. The first person on the planet, how did they know that this berry bush was about to kill them if they ate the berries?
They didn't. They just tried it.
They tried it and died, sent the data back so that God knew, okay, on the next run, I'm gonna make sure that somebody has some sort of either instinctual knowledge, some sort of instinctual knowledge, or I'm gonna send two people down, let one person eat it so that now the other person knows not to fuck with them berries on that type of time. Either way, it doesn't matter which way you want to slice it.
Yeah, that seems spooky to me, man.
But I understand. I just did that. Listen, I did that on a small scale. But when you do it on a massive scale, again, it's the same thing.
Right, but here's the thing, though.
Who knew the berry bush was toxic?
But let me tell you how I believe about this. What I believe that there were people, and we don't know because we weren't there. We believe books. I believe it was some people, and somebody ate the berry bush and died, and everybody saw it. And so, to make sure that nobody else ate the bush, there was a story created about the bush and how there was, maybe there's something evil living in the bush to impress on people how important it was not to do that. Because see, for me, you're saying that, okay, God, I think that people, because remember,
I agree.
People were living on the planet before they had religions. Why? Because remember, you see, so you take into account that you have the time to think and reflect and think about stuff. Why? Because you have food in your refrigerator, you got clothes on your back, you've got a roof over your head, and you have relative ability to control your environment. Our ancestors did not have that. They did not have that time to do that. They were in a constant struggle to find enough food to eat for the day. 90% of ancient people's day was protecting themselves from predators, trying to find food, and then making sure that they had shelter from any of the elements that may came. It was not until those things were taken care of in relative, security that then people started to then contemplate the universe and what, the universe could be or not be, and what if there was a God and if there was not a God and whatever. Before that, all the religious beliefs were very primitive. When I say primitive, meaning that it wasn't God, this otherworldly or the unseen world was not able to be explained by some long dissertation. It was, oh, thunder, oh, the thunder God. Oh, rain, rain God. Okay. They didn't have time to think about, I wonder where the rain came from. And I wonder if the rain is coming from the source. And blah, 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 blah. No, I was like, okay, that's good. But we need to get food today. We need to go out and hunt. Ladies, you guys go gather some roots. This still happens in the bush right now in Africa. Morning time happens. People get up in the morning. The women go out. They hunt for this and this and that. They do whatever. The men go out. They hunt bears, lions, come back with some food. Boom, they eat around the fire, they tell stories, things of that nature. And then once we switch to what they call agriculture about 12,000 years ago, where people started growing grain, and you could save grain, and now you can have a full stomach all the time. And then, of course, now when you have that, people want to fight with you. So now you need to have military and weapons to protect that which you have now. Then you start to see people start to then say, there's these new people that come on the scene. Some people call them priestesses and priests, whose only job was find the secrets of God and you tell us what's going on. Just like they would say, we've made the gods mad, so we need to work harder so that we can get more grain. And because I'm in contact with the God, you need to treat me special. I don't have to work. I don't have to go out.
Hey, real.
I mean,
real quick.
Yes, sir.
I hate to cut you off, but I'm just, I'm just trying to get straight. I think there was a lot of things that was probably misunderstood by you. So I'm just trying to bridge the gap. So when it comes down to, and I know we mentioned the flood earlier, and because I know that you want to ask you, I have to ask you a precursor question. What is your understanding of why the flood happened, or what do you think that the flood is? Do you think that that's
something? When you say why did the flood happen?
Before that one, that the earth got flooded to get rid of the wicked of the world.
Yeah, that's not how that worked. That's something I mean, because and the thing is that sometimes you use the Christian demonstration and sometimes you use the New Age demonstration. Like you'll switch from Jesus being the only Son of God, which is purely Christian, right? And I'm saying that to say that, like, before Christianity, nobody even thought that. Before 325 AD in the Nicene Council, nobody even thought that Jesus was the Son of God and he was the only begotten Son of God. It was after Christianity was made, he was that. There's no record that show that anybody previous to that thought that. So the whole Noah story and the flood, that is a universal story in all cultures. Every culture has a flood story. And the flood story is a way for people to discuss and talk about creation, about something that they weren't there. That's why they're called myths.
Okay,
they're in every culture.
So you don't believe that that's true?
I don't believe that there was a man named Noah and he fit every single animal in sevens in a boat, and they were alive in the boat for, I don't know what they say, 9 months.
So what did you get from that story?
I get that there was a new epoch that needed to come. And when I say epoch, I mean a new,
right?
Yeah. Something new.
Okay, go ahead.
And so with that, something new, there was a new system that was created. An old system went away and then there was a new one. However,
all right, now with that being stated right there, according to scripture, was there a reason that
why there was a new system?
Well, according to the Bible, the reason was that because the works of men were evil.
Thank you. So God already knew this, right?
Already knew what?
That the works of man was going to be evil.
Well, but now, so you're presupposing. You're presupposing
first question, like
no,
I'm just asking the question.
Right, because remember, I mean,
God
I took debate in high school.
No, I'm not. Look, this is not a trick question. It's not a setup question. It's going to what you said. I'm only asking you a question in reference to what you said.
Right, but the thing is that in order for me to answer the question about Noah, then that means
no,
we're
not. No, don't do that.
In order to answer,
hey, look, real quick.
Noah,
Hey, real quick. Every time it seems like every time, real quick, real quick, real quick, real quick, real quick, real quick, real quick. Hey, real quick, real quick. It seems like when we bring up specific things, because I don't need to take a debate class in order to understand how questions sway, right? So it seems like it's either you kind of don't understand it, or you fully get what we're saying when we're saying it, and then you go on has nothing to do with what we're talking about, right? So when I ask and you go into long-winded answers, I'm not answers are right or wrong, but my questions are always going to surround what you're saying now. So again, we have to understand that when earlier you simply stated God knows it happened, right?
No, I said he's sovereign. I said I believe in the sovereignty of the Most High.
Wait. Okay, wait. He's sovereign. That's fine. So God does not know everything.
You're saying being that he's sovereign, God doesn't know everything.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so answer the question. Yes or no?
What was the question? I thought that was the question. That was my bad.
No, might know everything. Yes or no?
Well, like I said, it's not a yes or a no answer. It's not. It can't be
what?
no answer. It cannot be a yes or a no answer.
So with that being stated, I'm gonna just take that as a no, because if it's not yes,
that's what. But now, you are now leading the way. So now go ahead and say what you want to say.
Thank you. So again, if you don't, it's totally fine. Usually when people know, they would say, yeah, well, God does know everything. But you're saying, so what you saying you don't know, somebody has to take the lead, right?
Sure.
You're not sure about God knowing everything. And by you being the person that to answer that question, right? I would assume that you would. So to have a straight answer for that question, either God knows everything or he does not. That you say, well, that's a yes and no. So on the no side of that, yes, that God can learn from his creation, period.
Okay.
So we just now went through all of that just to say it's real simple, right?
It's real simple. It's real simple for you.
I want to ask, do you believe that we are humans, only human, or do you believe that we're spirits or souls having a human experience?
Well, there's a natural body and there's a spiritual body.
Are they intertwined? Like right now, like me being in my natural body as a spirit, right? Are we like, is it cohesive in one unit right now? As me being in human form, am I just human and not spiritual, or am I spiritual and human, like mended into one vessel to having a human experience?
Well, you can't say that you're mended into one vessel, because there's something that happens to your body when your spirit leaves it. I mean, this is all talked about in 1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians, about, the corruptible taking on the incorruptible, and we're going to be changed and those types of things. So
overall, we're not the body.
No, we're not. Saying. We're not the body.
Right. So then, like when it comes to the things that we do in this body, right? Because we're not the body, but we're inside of one for the experience. So if we're in this body for the experience, is it safe to say that I'm actually having a spiritual experience because that's the foundation of what I am?
Of course it is. But there's not only, but there's different spirits though.
That's cool. I'm not.
Just like there's brandy, there's vodka.
Right. Yeah. I look at that as like different energies in a sense. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
Everybody doesn't have the same types of, like, we're all made out of energy, which is what the foundation, I guess, would be. But yeah, you got red, you got yellow, you got blue, you got all these different frequencies that, are on the same line. But
absolutely. But here's the thing, and it's about 10 o'clock. So
we around that time.
Yeah. But here's the thing, once again, that we've spent 3 hours on the phone, and we're going to have to get off the phone. And so the sum total of our lives is going to be what we're going to do when we get off the phone. Right. Now, there's been no instructions given on what we should do after we get off the phone. Now, for me, that's missing the mark. Because the thing that we need, and I'm saying we, because remember, regardless of what we believe in, we're all black men. And I've only seen black men, you, me, Woon, a couple other people. There may be some black men and black women. We're losing. And it's not because of how much knowledge we have. It has to do with us being able to do the practical things on the earth, starting with how we do family. Once we get those things under control, then some of these other conversations, which are purely theoretical and have no real application outside of reality, in reality, will be less. And the conversations and the builds will be about, oh, okay, oh, you got some land? Okay, I got some land. How about we do this? You do sheep on your land. I'll do the cows over here. And maybe Woon can do the vegetables. And you know what? When your daughter grows up, I'm training my son over here to know exactly what he needs to do with the earth now, so that when he gets a wife, that he'll be able to apply those things, and then we'll be able to short circuit this dysfunctional family generational curses that we keep, perpetuating. And so we haven't talked about any of that, because I guess what? God knows it, and it's about to happen. And the thing is that for somehow, with all the knowledge that we have, we can't seem to crack that one. And we can talk about it.
So now you're absolutely correct in that, but you said that you think that we're losing.
Yes, I did say that.
No, I'm asking, like, what do you think that we're?
Well, when it comes to standard of living, as it relates to, the statistics of, our existence here, our standard of living is different. I don't know.
So in terms of what's being lost, what do you think we're losing?
Well, because of the fact that we don't have the right family structures, and many of us have to play catch up, right? It's, you go out and you make a bunch of mistakes. You maybe wake up at 30, maybe 35, sometimes before a little bit, or maybe you start getting these ideas. And then we start our real lives in our 30s with a whole bunch of mistakes behind us. Some of the mistakes we can't really recover from by the time, you know, our spirits leave our bodies.
So you think that what's the standard? Like where are we supposed
to say that again?
What are we supposed to standard of for us to be winning?
Well, I would say that you know, it's going to be based on land, and it's going to be based on bloodline. I mean, you know, when you look at, you know, when people buy Gucci, you're buying a bloodline. You're buying somebody's name, somebody's family name that's established themselves as a name known for something.
So I'm a Selfmade's question. Do you think spiritual warfare?
Definitely.
And you said so in that state, be losing this spiritual war because we're consumers having this experience how we're having it.
You cut out. I didn't understand what you said.
I think that we're losing this spiritual war by consuming things that to consume and the physical.
That what? I think we're
okay. I'm
because we're consuming, and then it cut out.
Yeah, it cut out on a specific word.
Okay, so just the last word is the one of physical. Do you think that we're losing the spiritual warfare?
So let me rephrase. Let me make sure I understand. So you say we're losing spiritual warfare because of what's happening in the physical,
right?
Can you give me some more context behind what you mean by that? Because I mean, you know, I'm
just pretty much asking you what you just said, because you said that we're buying and building their name.
Yeah, it keeps cutting out. Yes, we're buying and I mean, I'm just saying in the process, I'm talking about particular family names that we know about. I'm talking about
right.
We're not building our own for ourselves.
So with that being stated, do you think that their freedom is more than ours?
Not necessarily. I would say that it's almost equal. Because
why almost?
Because once again, we're talking about things from an artificial environment, and most people have no experience outside of the artificial environment. You know, if for example, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine, and we were talking about potential the end of the world and different things, and he was like, "Man, if the end of the world happened, who would you want to be around?" I said, "I might pick a homeless person." Why? Because they live in tents. They already know how to survive in the elements. They already know how to cook their food on an open fire. You know, they already know how to be in the natural environment. And of course, I mean, and I was oversimplifying because we know that there could be mental issues and things of that nature. But the way that they live on average is in the real world. It's real. Whereas most of us, if confronted with having to live in an environment to where, okay, the temperature's dropping, it's going to be, 32 degrees tonight, and you've got an hour to go and gather enough wood, start the fire, fix yourself a shelter, and whatever the situation is, not saying that it's going to be that extreme, but it could be. Then it wouldn't matter if you're Gucci, a billionaire, or somebody else that works at a job and doesn't have any skills at all. It still would be, something that couldn't happen.
I think you just now hit it right on the head when it comes down to, right. So that's ultimately what I'm saying. Like, the level of in this context is because you said that we're losing, right? I don't think that says it when it comes down to holding your treasures in a place that really can't nobody touch, right? That level comes with winning the spiritual warfare that you're talking about. So us having this human experience as that is just a human experience, and that we hold ourselves in a higher place, right? Then we would be able to win this quote unquote war. And I think that when it comes down to a war, us versus them, it would always be me versus me, right? So I think a lot of times we get caught up in the trap, and we're not ever going to be as free as we want to be, because the propensity has become, well, how do I get free, as opposed to I am already free. And I think that
never free anyway.
I think that when it comes, we want to equip ourselves with the life, when it's just like, okay, well, what if I perish? Then what happens? Freedom, or the level of winning that I'm talking about, has nothing to do with survival. It has everything to do with experience, because again, having a human experience. So when you really tap into that, really know what it feels like for real, then there is no, well, we went through this, and it's not none of that. This is my experience, and the level of that so again, when we have a different path. When we ask the question, it's come from, if you believe and praise God is the grand design, then what is the beef about?
I don't know.
I'm sorry?
The beef is in the freezer. I mean, what do you mean? Where's there a beef? There is no beef.
What I'm saying. So when you say that we're losing, who are we competing with?
Well, I mean, the whole point of what I'm saying when I said losing is I'm talking about the simple fact of we had ancestors, and I mean, and just depends on how much, depends on how far you can go back with that, because there were standards. Maybe there's not any potential, particular standards that, you were given, but I know that there's standards that were given throughout my bloodline.
Mine is to be happy, period.
Okay, well, that's good.
Do you I don't think I ever asked you this. Do you subscribe to I know you don't subscribe to Christianity as a Christian. Do you subscribe to the Israelite, the Hebrew Israelite faith, or?
Nah, And you have to qualify that, because just like if I say I'm not a Christian, I mean, or if some people talk about Christianity, Christianity has no more than probably 20 denominations. Starting with the Roman Catholic Church, there's Protestant, there's Episcopalian, there's Eastern Orthodox, and all those different types of things. So when you talk about saying Hebrew Israelite, then that's something that can be as changeable as books in the library. So I can't say that I subscribe to any of that, but what I do subscribe to is I believe in laboring on land and raising a family, and becoming a man as such. And so whether the demonstration of somebody is a Hebrew Israelite, quote unquote, or Christian, or if you believe that the source is Egypt, or even if you believe the source is way over there, the bottom line is that we still have to show up as men in these bodies, and we have to demonstrate. And so for me, I'm more concerned about the demonstration, because if I believe in something that's unseen, such as God, I could sit here and try to get you to believe what I see, what I've seen in the unseen, or you could just look at my demonstration as a person, and that will tell you what I believe.
That's a fact.
That's tell you. My demonstration is going to tell you what I believe in. And so, I would prefer to sit down with men, and let's demonstrate ourselves to be good men on this planet, and recover that which gives us the abilities to work with raw materials, so that we can then produce something and manufacture that's marketable in the global world, as opposed to consume it and then become indebted to things that we don't produce.
Man, first I definitely want to say I appreciate you for sliding through, man, because it's like I said, it had been such a long time. It felt like, at least, you know what I'm saying, since the last time we had gotten together,
Yes,
especially
sir.
on the farm.
Yes,
So
sir.
and just the energy, you know what I mean? Like it's we do this all the time, you know what I mean? That's why we titled it Free Your Mind Podcast. We always,
and
picking the brains
and the thing is that these types of conversations should be had on our own land.
I'm with all of that. Yeah, I'm with all of that.
But and the thing is that this is how any community builds. They get everybody together, and they might be around a fire. They might have some meals, whatever the situation, and they build. Now that's real, because
that's a fact.
When you're on your own land, it imparts a different spiritual quality to whatever you're doing.
Yeah, that's a fact.
So so going back to where we started, at the beginning of this about 4 hours ago, it's all about that. And so, I would love for you to invite to yours, and everybody else to be like, let's get together on land that belongs to us, that can be, because remember, we're not going to be here forever. And so you can't take it with you, but you can leave it to your children.
Yeah, you pass it on, right?
You pass it on. And we have to get better at that, because in many cases, and it happens in families all the time, when an ancestor dies, the paperwork ain't in order. And what could have been the beginning of something new, i.e. a Noah's Ark, ends up in somebody else's for their family to use.
Right. Yeah, no, that's big. I mean, us using what we got as far as this platform on a digital scale to try to push out some sort of, uplifting high frequency information just to help, try to free somebody's mind, get them out of a certain construct that, we was pretty much talking about this whole tonight, pretty much. So
absolutely. Well, yeah, appreciate y'all having me on, and like I said, I mean,
we gotta have you back, man. We're gonna have to have you back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
next year,
just when it's time to put these things into practice, I'm a very practical person, and that's kind of, I'm more concerned with the practice than the theory. The theory is good, but we have to practice this stuff. I mean, because if we were going to be able to talk ourselves out of this, then we know how to talk. I mean, we can get on music. Listen, we're the best basketball players, football players, hip hop artists, anything that with using the body, we're the absolute masters of it around the globe. When it comes to structuring the contracts, owning the things that we produce, making sure we don't get a 360 deal and getting up selling 40 million records and making 25 cents. Those things happen to us all the time on all different types of levels. So somebody else is always in control of our genius. And so we have to take that genius back. And, I thank y'all for, having the podcast and hopefully be able to free some people up to do it.
Yeah, and I know you got some, some people, some elders, like I said, feel free to bring some other people on, you know what I mean? And like I said, we talk about it all. Like there's literally nothing on this podcast that we don't talk about, you know what I mean? And it's on that type of time, it's on that type of frequency. So, that's what we're here for reals.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I definitely want to salute you for coming on, because again, I don't know if I know a lot of people know you, but I don't know if a lot of people know the level of work that you put in terms of actually bringing that, theology into fruition, into real life. Like,
Yes,
what I mean? Only that, but actually having people come through so you can teach them. It's one of the main things that I noticed, and I believe that you were holding like I know it was a youth program, or it was something like that was similar to that.
Yeah.
So if you haven't already, definitely drop your information with you about learning how to start their own farm, or just whatever that you have to teach, for sure.
Absolutely. And like I said, I mean, we got a website. If you just look up, I mean, if you just search my name on Google, that's all you got to do. I mean, you'll get there. That'll show you the work. That'll take you to our website. And you'll be able to kind of see some of the things that we do. Because like I said, when we talked about it before, the younger that we can get our young people exposed to certain things, like I held up the picture of my dad with the tomato here. This image was in my mind, and I didn't know it was there. So when I started growing food and I thought I was doing something original, my dad said, "Oh, so you don't remember the times when I had you in the garden, huh?" And I was like, "I don't. But I guess I did, right?"
Right.
And so it's so important that we expose our young people to these type of experiences before all of the other stuff gets put in there, because then it becomes competing thoughts.
Definitely.
Yes, sir. All right,
well, man, appreciate you for coming on, for sure.
As soon as the sun comes up, I'm up. So
right. Now we definitely appreciate you, man, for sliding through.
Yes, sir.
Look forward to the next one with you, man.
Yes, sir.
Much love. Peace.
Peace.
Uh-oh, shit. Hey, yeah, man, that was dope, man.
My face ain't on here.
I know. Yeah, no, that was dope, man. I definitely appreciate Chanowk for sliding through, man. I know, even just with us, circumstances and shit, you on the road and everybody else's mic wasn't working in the beginning and shit. It was kind of choppy, but we made it do what it do.
Yeah, definitely. Especially and I hate the fact that I cannot, my voice was choppy, shit was, I'm not at the house and shit like that, but I still believe that we were able to have effective build. And again,
Right.
I want to salute because that hot seat could get a little flamey, like, you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
He held it down for sure, and again, he is very structured when it comes, the farmland and how it's important to him and his family for sure.
Right. Yeah, definitely. And yeah, I mean, anybody in the chat, or that's watching, definitely check him out. You know what I'm saying? Got a lot of different instruments and just different things that he does with urban farming, being that, you may live in an apartment, may not have enough space to, have a full on garden. He got all the different ways that you could, make it work. So definitely check that out for sure. But yeah, overall it was definitely a good little build.
Yeah. Anybody who has the question first, the chicken or the egg, I just want everybody to know that the chicken is the egg.
Right. The same shit. It don't matter. It's the same shit. Right. But yeah, man, the last one of 2022. We'll see y'all in 2023. Appreciate everybody that's been rocking. We already know what's going on. Hit that like, share, subscribe button. It helps the channel out, helps the algorithm out.
Oh shit! Can you still hear me? Am I still?
It's the same, but we can see you though. You just delayed a little bit.
But we appreciate y'all for rocking with us. This is the last show of the year. It's lit. Have some more dope shit, more dope conversations, content, different people on the first show for sure. So we gotta he was supposed to have came in, so we definitely going till next week.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, man, it's good.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's it, man. Another one in the books. Free Your Mind podcast. Appreciate y'all, man, for tuning in as always. To the next one.
Yeah, we out.
Peace.
Out.
Always going up, you can't take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us. Always going up, you can't take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us.